bitches.
Hello. Oh, wait. I didn't open game. Nah. Shit. What game today? All of them. No, I'm joking. But, hi Hooded. Hi Mao. Hi Trixie. We... I'm gonna start with Nitro. Racing. Nope. This one. And then... this one. And this one. Did it work? There we go. How was everybody's Sunday? What did you guys get up to? Did you get some rest? Did you chill? Don't mind if I make weird faces, I'm vaping. This is fine. Alright guys. I have 2,500 coins. I need 20,000 for my froggy. Let's do some racing. We can just chat and race for a bit. Hi Pocahontas! How are you? Doing some studying for tests, so we'll be low-keys for a bit. No worries. If anybody wants to join, the exclamation play in the chat. We're gonna do this for a little bit while we just chat and my brain wakes up. I'm feeling a bit sleepy actually. It was kind of... today was really warm. And then the cinema that I went to was a little bit chilly. And then back into a hot car. And then my house is a little bit cold as well. So... no racers? No racers today? It's starting to get really fucking hot here. Uh-oh. What is the humidity like? The humidity was fucking high today. Well, I think over this whole weekend it's been really high. It's been pretty uncomfortable actually. What? I just want to post on Instagram quickly. It's not even summer yet. Yeah, the weather's all kinds of fucked up where I live. So I don't know. Seasons went straight out the window this year because And even at the end of last year, none of them make any sense. None. What? We have no races? No beaches? No racers? Oops. I broke something. Oh, the category is set correctly. You got a thorn stuck in your heel? Ah, did you take it out? Ugh, that's painful. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Welcome, homies. Hey, 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 chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Welcome, welcome, Zara and readers. How was your stream? Shout out, Zara. Bam, bam, bam. And then the other one. Ba, 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 ba. Yes, yes. Perfect. Ooh, Persona. Shit. I hope you had fun. Welcome, welcome, Raiders. For those of you that are new here, my name is Nat Ortato, variety streamer from South Africa. Sometimes doing VTuber, sometimes doing FleshTuber. Currently, we are looking at Nitro stream racing. If you'd like to join the race, you can type !play. You don't need to own anything to play. You literally just !play and you can join in. We get to race. It's like Mario Karts. It's very silly, very fun. Yeah, I do play a lot of Genshin, and today I'll be playing some Animal Crossing. So we all about that chill today. All about that chill. It was good, fantastic. And you've been enjoying Persona? Oh man. Do you know G-Max by any chance, Sarah? Because G-Max also plays a lot of Persona and he loves like all of the games, all of the Personas. But I know he's been playing 5 lately. I'm doing good though. I'm a little bit sleepy, but it's okay. But yes, thank you again so much for the raid, and thank you to all the people who came through on the raid as well. Hi Raven Array, I saw that Rebs is here as well, and Rorgaran, I don't know if I read that correctly. But yes, welcome. Welcome. I hope you guys are all doing good. G-Max Yoda, you may have met him. Yeah, he's wonderful. He's wonderful. Let's just do a little sneaky shout out for him. It's this one. G-Max Yoda, like so. I think. There we go. Doing good, just hot. Oh yes, this weather's been all kinds of fucky lately. You have over 1,000 hours in Persona 5. Damn. Let's get the race started. So long. Yeah, the weather's been all over the place. It's the humidity, so it doesn't help that it's hot, but also like super humid. So yeah, it's just all kinds of uncomfortable because we don't normally have humid weather where I live. So, you know, yeah. I think humidity is something I'm gonna have to get used to when I move to Cape Town. Whoop. Is Hooded cheating? He must be. Gotta be cheating. Yeah, I grew up in PE. And I was so, I want to say like unaffected by it growing up. Like I just simply did not notice. And it wasn't until I moved to Johannesburg and I experienced super dry air, and it was like very weird for me as a result, because I was just like, what in the fuck, you know? I had to I just had to get used to it. My skin was not happy. My lips, I was licking my lips all the time because they were dry. Oh god, it was really bad. Bad times. Oh, a tornado. Shit. But yeah. I went from humidity to extreme dryness, and now I'm going back to humidity, so that's cool, I guess. A game that you're good at? Oh, well, you're only in second currently, so you might want to reevaluate that. Probably over 1,600 over all three. Damn! Big fan of Personas then. Did anyone get up to anything fun over the weekend? I was obviously streaming yesterday. Whoa! Oh, Alex won! You had 4 on the PS2, now you have it on PC. Very nice. I hate that, like, games I played when I was younger just simply do not exist anymore. And I don't want to say replacements, because they're not necessarily replacements, but like similar games just ain't the same, man. Let's go do this one. Alright, if anybody wants to join the race, exclamation play. I think I can be a little bit bigger. Yeah. I think this is fine. So you're gonna get money. You're gonna get like a currency for this. So if you go to this linky dinks, it's not dodgy, I promise. If you go to this linky dinks, it'll open up the stream racing page, and you can go customize your everything basically. Your car. You can choose different wheels, different paint jobs. You can choose your character. At the moment, I just have the dinosaur and the monkey unlocked. But there's a couple different skins that you can pick from. And they're going to be adding more stuff as well. It's a very cute game. Does not require much time investment. And then I know that you can sometimes get Twitch drops. You can get skins as like Twitch drops. So that's something cool that they do as well. And I know one of the cars has got like extra paint jobs, like fancy ones. Those would have been the Twitch drops. I didn't get them, unfortunately. I didn't know about the car before. So, yeah. Anybody else gonna join? Are we having sleepy races between the 3 of us today? Oh, I'm a little bit laggy. It's okay. I'm very sleepy. I think it's the... Whoa! It's the hot weather, but it's also just a bit of a busy day. Damn. Hi, Puggy! Hello! How are you? We need to make a plan to continue playing that other game. I was thinking about it today. Hot weather makes you sleepy? Yeah. If it's... I'm a very much like... I need be comfortable in between. I don't want hot weather, I don't want cold weather. Just give me autumn weather. That's what I want. If I'm hungry, sleepy. If I ate too much, sleepy. I gotta have just the right amount. If it's hot, I'm sleepy. If it's cold, I'm sleepy. If I'm busy, very busy. If I am idle, sleepy. I need the comfort zone is in the middle for everything I do. Thank you for the heart. How weather just makes you uncomfortable? I mean, fair. It can be pretty uncomfortable. Oh, who did it in second? Ooh. Vibing? Hell yeah. You need time for your brain to recover. It didn't help that it kept crashing, or like, not crashing, but it kept breaking in the beginning. So that was confusing and frustrating. And we will most likely just have to go back. Because apparently there's like hundreds of scarves in this game. That we need to unlock the rest of the game. Okay, I don't think it's hundreds, but it's pretty damn high. It's a few. Uses banana storm, immediately hits bananas. It really does love the bananas. It's because you got the monkey car. Or rather, the monkey driver. Seems like it might become pretty tedious with collecting everything. But I mean, now... Ayo, I won! What the heck? I was not even paying attention to that. It can be your turn afterwards, Hooded. Yeah? So it was my turn this time, and then you can win afterwards. Let's do my favorites. Oh, but I like the dino one as well. Let's just go in order. This is fine. This is Desert 3. Hooded, it's not gonna be your turn to win if you don't join! Exclamation play! Let's go, let's go! Tara, welcome. If you're here or not. Either way, welcome to the race. No worries, Hooded. You were writing? Oh no! Because studying. Oh, that's fair enough. How well are you going to be able to study while watching a stream though? I was blessed by the gacha gods this morning. In that game. Shokin? Welcome. I got 2 4-star... 2? 3? Wait. How many 4-stars did I get 3? Luca, Kaito, another Kaito, because I already had the Len, I think. But I have that one as well. Wow, I have so many 4 stars now. That's weird. Anyway. You just need to be able to read it. Oh wait, the test is going to be open book. Ah. Okay, so you're just writing your notes. Your notes for the test. I had an open book test once. It was on grammar, on English grammar. It was so easy. It was so easy. Because, like, all you needed to do was know how to read, like, the table of contents, yeah? Oh! Put it as Newman ahead. Oh my goodness. You could have fast car, man. It's just gone. Gonzos. Skipping the dino and everything. Goodness. Actually got hacks. Your luck is gone now forever. Rip Miku Miku dance. Yeah, probably. Probably. But whatever I get now, I'm just gonna save it up for that next banner. But you have to wait to have the thing before you can use the mega, you dingaling. So when there's those little boost pickups. GG's Hassan! Oh yeah? You got it now? Okay. We were just being silly before. I don't know. I might play some Genshin today. Because I didn't play earlier today. I'll be honest, I don't know what I did this whole morning. I woke up at 8 o'clock. And I kind of just wasted oxygen until I went out. I went to go watch the BTS Busan concert today with Ash. So that was nice. But I had some annoying person sitting behind me who kept kicking my chair. And so at one point they actually leaned forward and like grabbed onto my chair, and I was just like, can you not do that? And I didn't say anything for a while. Because I'm a relatively patient person. I can handle a lot of shit. But it got like close to the end, and my last nerve had been frayed. So I slapped my chair really hard. And was like, can you please stop that? And she stopped. Lord help me if she didn't though. You fucked yourself over? Hassan, how are you? Hi, Dan. We'll wait for this. We'll wait for this round to end. I don't know where Hooded's going besides cheating, but you know. Was Lil Meow Meow adorable? Always? What a question, Peggy. When is he not? I think it was quite nice to watch because when they had the free concert, it was kind of shit to watch because because the website broke basically, and any place that was restreaming it was also broken from the spam. How am I on first place again? So like, and the annoying thing was that people were like, oh, stop sending messages in the chat. This was like on Weverse or whatever. They're like, stop sending messages in the chat. And literally the only messages being sent in the chat were the messages saying, stop sending messages. So all of them, idiots, irritated me so much. I was like, oh, well, you're part of the problem, are you not? Stop sending fucking messages. Weverse completely shat itself. Well and truly. So it was nice to be able to actually watch the full concert. Yeah. It was also quite nice as well. Like, a lot of those songs... In fact, I think... The only one off the top of my head... No, there was Microcosmos and Permission to Dance. But I think all the other songs were in the BTS cookie game. What happened? Oh, Seth, just someone annoying at the cinema. You know, you get these people who fucking kick the back of your chair because they're uncivilized and they don't know how to behave in public. Yeah, that's all that happened. Nothing interesting, but hello, also, Seth. Dan, how are you? Sorry, my brain is cooked. It was too hot today. So we're a little bit, Whoa! Okay. Hooded one. I'm dead. So that's cool, I guess.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. Hi, Brimister. You're tired? On a Sunday? Have you been working, Dan?
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. Hi, Seth. You won! I told you you were gonna win the next one, Hooded. You see? You see? You see? Oh, no, no, this one. Default state is tired. You wake up in the morning, tired. You go to bed at night, tired. Cup of coffee, tired. Food, tired. Did you throw someone with popcorn? Obviously not, Brimiester. That's uncivilized. I don't be wasting food. To be fair, I only ate half my popcorn anyway. But you had to buy it. I didn't want popcorn, but they only sold in combos. And I was like, bro, what the fuck? It was very weird. Puggy, retype it. You made a typo. You're gonna call it a career? You done now? You're over it? Good job, Puggy. Are you tired too? I'm doing okay though, Dan. I'm a little bit sleepy, but it's just because of the heat this time, I think. Dad and I woke up at 8 this morning for no reason. My buddy was like, hey yo, let's go! It's go time, it's show time. For no reason. How do I mistype play? I mean, considering you put an S instead of an A, it's a very straightforward mistake to make. It's okay. I love this game. It is the most chill vibes. Are we missing anyone? Alex is in, Hooded's in, Puggy's in, Brimister. Fucking chaos, man. Alright. Oy, 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 oy. Whoa! Cool. So glad. Lovely. Whoa! Oh, that sucks. Okay, I found out there is in fact an auto cam, so it's just gonna swap between people. So we can do like so, and we can just see what everyone's up to. What shenanigans. Did you get up to anything this weekend, Dan? Whoa. Would it be zoom in? Yeah. Because he's cheating. Has to be, right? Because he's cheating. Oh! He's getting murdered currently. Play lots of Dark and Darker. I did actually see that. It's a demo, right? What is it? Gonna be honest, I don't know it. But I've been seeing other people play it. And I'm just like, what is this? Why so popular? Everybody and their dog is playing it. Okay, maybe not quite, but I've seen a fair amount of people playing it. That's why you're tired, is because you've been playing that game. Lots of that game. It's draining your life force. That's how the game works. It steals years of your life, like Genshin does. Where are you? You're first, somehow. Cheetah vibes. Kinda like Tarkov, but with medieval style? Whoa. I've never played Tarkov, but I've watched people play it. I think it's too spooky for me. Speaking of spooky games, I wanted to play Valheim again. I don't remember. I was talking to someone about it recently. About how our connection, for some reason, just one day decided to not participate in playing the game. But that game was good fun. We ended up not getting around to killing what's his name? The last boss before they did the updates. The Skelly Bob man. Anyway, so yeah, because Jargon got disconnected like every couple of minutes, so we literally couldn't play. It was really shit. Because he would get disconnected while we're running in the middle of the plains. And I'm a chicken, so I use a bow so I can stand very far away from things and heal tank. Yeah, it does not end well, the story. So, you know. Whoa! Shit. Alrighty then. Ebnionar, I don't know how to pronounce that, came in first, Ravenary in second, and Puggy in third. Very nicely done. Yeah, good job. Froggy car. That's what I'm saving for. I want froggy car. Alright, let's do crowd chase. Little Dino Man dance, yeah. When you win the race, they dance as well. Is it a compliment getting called a cheater in a game you have no agency over? I don't know, is it? I'm just being silly though. You have a stash that's persistent. You grab some gear, go to a dungeon. If you don't make it out, you lose the gear you bought. Oh! Well, I'm guessing since you've been playing it so much, it's gotta be really fun. Yeah, this is a closed alpha for the moment. So They're still working on some things, but I'm sure there's always going to be shenanigans like falling through things and some things breaking because something weird happened, but yeah. Alright. Anybody else want to join? Exclamation play in the chat. Don't know why I'm sitting in the dark. We have electricity. We're good. You going early? No worries. I think it can be a good thing, especially on a Sunday. Gotta be rested for the week, right? That's not at all an exhausting way to think about life. You're sitting in the dark? Well, I'm not sitting in the dark, so... Oh, for no reason. It's just it started going dark and I just haven't turned any lights on. You know, like, this is okay. Oh, shit! Should I sit in the dark too? It's like 10 PM. I don't think so. It's not good for your eyes, yeah? Guys, that's not how you drive. Don't drive off the road. Dan's trying to steal my spot. I see how it is. That's how you drive off the road. Welcome back, Hassan. Here's a crazy idea, Raven. Don't do that. Maybe don't. You're setting up your uni schedule already? When do you go back? Surely not anytime soon, right? Whoops! The 26th? Ah. You still got some time, but you have to make the schedule now. Peggy! Where you going? What is this? You have something to keep you busy? Oh man. You don't have games? You got Genshin to play. Hey yo! Oh, I won! Shit! I was not paying attention. You can't play games anymore? Wait, why? You have to study? Hassan does not really play Genshin. He opens it once every blue moon to say he opened it. We played it over the weekend, actually. Alright, guys. New race! Exclamation play. Get in here. I just want to go offer Ray some Chucky Dickies that I had earlier. They're super tasty. So I'm gonna be right back. But exclamation play to get in the race. I am back. Alright. Last call for races. Does anybody want to join? Get in here. I just realized something. If you join a race with like less people, you have a higher chance of winning. Less people to compete against and all. But you could also still suck and then just never win, so, you know. Sucks to be you, I guess. So for the auto cam mode, it shows the hotkey for it, but I was like, is that a 0 or an O? What? Balloons! Thank you. Bing, bing, bing. Have you just never thought about that all your life? No, I was thinking more in terms of like, would people want to join someone who's got lots of races? Like in their race, they want to join the many racers, or if they want to join a race that has fewer races, so they have a higher chance of winning, so that they can get more coins and buy the skins and stuff sooner. So it's just in this instance that I'm now thinking about it. But also nice when you start a game on like a new server, like for example Cookie Run. If you start Cookie Run on an old server, like Pure Vanilla is the first server, if you were to start playing it on Pure Vanilla, like you would have the worst time because you're competing with people, lots of people who already have like really built stuff, you know? But I think the most recent server is Dark Cacao. So if you joined on that one, it's a little bit easier, but I think it would be better just to wait for the... What's the new... I think the fourth one is like, the cheese cookie, but I can't remember her name. My brain is saying crispy cheese, and I'm like, nah, that ain't right. Golden cheese? Either way. Prime Minister won! Congrats! Puggy? Puggy's gonna be second? I am most certainly not gonna be... Oh no, I was third. Wait, we already passed? I did not see that. Hell yeah. Me and Puggy stealing all the achievements there. Congrats, Prime Minister. I know sometimes you get coins for like second and third, but I don't know what determines that. Otherwise, we all seem to just get 0. I mean, not 0. We get 10. Oh, if there's more players? Oh. Oh yeah, because otherwise you could cheese it with a small group of friends, maybe. Race by yourself to get first every time. Because I can start the race now with one player. Okay, yeah, that kind of makes sense then. Exclamation play, get in here. We're going racing, nerds. Got a headache! Oh no! You said it's really hot. Have you been drinking water? You haven't been? Don't me. You're not drinking water? Yeah, this one is for you. This one is for you, Hooded.
Would you like a cup of water?
Cause you look thirsty as fuck right now. Go drink water, man. Was that enough to encourage you to go drink water? That said, I think all I've had today was... No, I was gonna say water. I don't think... I might have had water this morning when I took my pill. But that was it. I think all I had today was coffee and a slush puppy. You also haven't had water today? Mal, this is the least surprising thing you've said today. Dex Panda? Shit. Mal, write exclamation play. Join the race. Go Nyum Nyum. There we go. Alright, let's go. Oh, Hassan! Very nice, you got in. I don't know what the restriction is for time. Seems like you can still get in even when the counter starts. It was Mao and his son being whole ass chaotic. Whoa! Don't fall through the world, Peggy. Oh yeah, if you want to use the power up, it's exclamation mega. Fucking Dan. I mean, fucking chaos. Gonna lurkies for a bit, need to wash your hair, no worries. That's a very nice excuse you're using, Peggy. I use that excuse too when I don't want to spend time with people. I'm just like, sorry, I need to wash my hair. Can I get a power up? Maybe, please? Oh, I got one. We're good. I was like, when is it my turn to cause trouble? Oh, pigeon bombers. Fantastic. 10 out of 10. I love pigeon bombers. Mostly just because they're fucking hilarious. Whoa. Dan cheating? Couldn't be him. Could not be him. I wish they had a night mode in the map. Oh, do you mean like so that the colors are not so bright? Or do you just mean like a nighttime, like for some variety? Ah, okay. Yeah, that could be pretty cool. Maybe it's a suggestion that you can make to them. I'm sure they have loads of ideas and loads of things they want to do. But it always helps to let them know. Also, hi Deku. Deku Gamer Smash. You know what would be really cool? If it was like a nighttime thing, but you're in the, like, in space, kind of. And the road that you're on is, like, made up of, we have stuff like that in Genshin. It's like a light bridge, but you make it with, like, starlight. Maybe have little planets floating around and shit. Congrats, Dan! Then we can see the car shine. Oh, yeah, actually. They could have, like, super shiny cars. Like, different, like, glow-in-the-dark kind of vibes. Show me the money! There we go, so Prime Minister got 460 that time. Coming in second. Let's go again. Let's go, let's go. Exclamation play if you want to join. Are you saving up for something, Dan? Is there something in particular that you want? Smudge! I had in fact 2 cats named Smudge growing up. Hi Ghost! Welcome. Oh, they are going to do nighttime? Very nice. It's nice to win. Oh, okay. I definitely want the froggy car. I can't wait. It's so expensive though, but I think it's worth it. It's just stinking adorable. Anybody else want to join? I don't know if Hooded is back. I'm gonna see your car. You're gonna be zooming in in high speed. Fantastic. Oh, Hooded said be right back. I think he went to go get a water. Puggy's going to go wash her hair. So maybe we can start.
Excuse me.
Whoa, Deku, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome to the posse. Let's start that race. Pew. Pew, pew, pew. Whoa! We have 2 rockets in this one. Damn. Whoa! Whoa! Violence on the track. Oh no. Explodey barrel. Those barrels are spooky. But nothing is worse than the bananas. Those things are freaking everywhere. Whoa! Bumper cars. Oh man. Oh. I'm just bumping all the barrels as I go along. Oh no, Brimiester fell through the earth. Goodbye. Don't forget to cause chaos by using your megas. Where am I? Am I under the ocean? What? I was in fact in the ocean there. What the heck, man? That was funny. We're definitely not cheating. What is this game? It's called Nitro Stream Racing. It's still early in development. I think it's alpha, and it's a closed alpha as well. But yeah, it's just something fun to do while we sit here and relax a little bit and chat and stuff. You're back after drinking. You didn't bring water with you? But yeah, so there's other games similar to this that the same people made, Stream Raiders, and there was a pirate game as well, but I can't remember. Was it Stream Pirates or something? I can't remember exactly. But yeah, now they've been working on this game, and honestly, it's very silly. It's very funny. It requires very little participation from anyone really, besides the occasional exclamation mega to troll other people. But yeah, I think it's nice. It's chill. I'll be playing Animal Crossing in a little while. So wait, you don't just have a glass of water with you? You only drink fridge water? Look at you, Mr. Fancy Pants. Hooded doesn't drink water unless it's in the fridge. But yeah, fair enough. You did say it's hot, right? I'm gonna be right back quick. I wanna tie up my hair. You don't drink water unless it's ice cold either? Ugh. I like room temperature water, as gross as that may sound. We do have fridge water though. I just don't really drink it. I'll pour a glass and then put it on the table and forget about it. And then when I come back to it, I'm like, oh, I have water. Perfect drinking temperature. Dan won! Congrats! What do you mean no? It's not good for your stomach to have very cold stuff. Money! Dan is in it for the money and the money only. Whoa, Smudge Mark got almost all of the little achievement thingies there. That's crazy. Alright, we'll play a couple more races, I think, and then I'll switch over to Animal Crossing. Hopefully the Animal Crossing works. Your stomach can suffer, so my brain doesn't have to with warm water. I see. Exclamation play if you want to join the race. Get in here. Welcome, Highland Girl. I hope you're doing well today. Anybody else want to join the race? Exclamation play. Maybe nobody. That's fine. We can start. I think this might be the last one, and then we'll play some Animal Crossing. Whoa, Hassan! Too slow! Yes, you are late. But it's okay. What does a turtle with a UTI, a cigar, and a fan fiction category have in common? They all have a slow burn. I don't know if the joke just missed me. Like, I get it. But maybe I also don't get it? I don't know. You were helping your brother with his studies? What were you doing? How are you helping him? Isn't he like a higher year? I wish I had a younger sibling. No, he's an older brother. He has an older brother and a twin sister. Yeah, he is the little brother. Yeah, he has a twin. She's very sweet. She also likes BTS. I sent the tornado onto the track and then immediately fell off of it. So it just hit everyone in front of me. 10 out of 10. I sent someone into the ocean. Apologies, whoever that was. Does she also watch Tato? Sometimes she'll pop in and say hi. Like, I don't think she has a Twitch account, but she'll say hi through her son. I'm trying to get my younger sister to watch Tokyo Revengers, but she's straight up ignoring me. Like, as in, ignoring your suggestion, or just completely ignoring you. Not the bananas. The bananas are definitely a killer. Especially when you throw more on the track. Whoops. She has it, but she doesn't use it. Ah, that's fair. He wanted to read things for me and check the things if it's right or not. So wait, he was helping you? Your brother was helping you, not the other way? Or did you help him afterwards? Just the, oh yeah, I should get around to that, and then never does. It's because you aren't there to bug her in person. B-A-N-A-N-A, yes, this shit is bananas. Hi, Pomati. Hello. How are you? Damn. Whoa, bridge is broken. Whoa. There's all sorts of nonsense going on here. Most of the race was just sitting in the ditch there. I don't know what was going on there. You bug her nearly daily for bean pics. Oh man. And does she always send bean pics? Stinky? Tomati, you're not calling me stinky. Couldn't be me. I'm not at all stinky. Unless you're stinky. Are you stinky? I call you stinky from now on. Stanky? Nah. Whoa. When she's home, but she has a social life now. Imagine having friends. Imagine leaving the house. I say, after leaving the house today. My car loves bananas. I just picked up 3. Cheating? I'm collecting. Oh, what? 10 out of 10. Oh! Whoa, Jesus. Yeah, this is fine. There's so many, at this point, there's so many bananas on the road. Oh my god. That's fine. The cowardly. Why am I cowardly? Please be serious. Friends offline. Anything but your name, yeah. I'll call you anything but your name. Stinky. Yeah, it's strange to imagine your sister being a very social person. Hi, Daddy!
What's poppin'?
Don't mind me, just watching. No worries, Daddy. Hope you're having a good day? Question mark. Pumatia? No. Only Stinky now. Since you wanted to call me Stinky, now you're the stinky one. The stink has been passed over to you. Okay, well, I know Animal Crossing is working, so once this race is done, I can't remember when I said it was the last one, but yeah, this will be the last one then. Dan, you're in first place though. Cheating as always, but you know, longest race in history. It's been 8 minutes. It's because of all the bananas. 99 Prime Yosta, please take care. Have a lovely evening. Sweetest dreams. Today in Nitro is banana day. It will rain. I can't words. It will rain bananas. Too many Hasana bananas? It's true. There are too many Hasana bananas. Have some lightning, guys. Enjoy. Nyum. Whoa, all the bananas there are airborne. Do y'all like bananas? Actually, yes. Have some bananas with you, but oh my god. Everyone just got yeeted. Dan, no! Oh my god, you just drove into 4 bananas. Oh no. Oh my god. Yeah, these bananas definitely add to the time. I hate the way they sound when I chew them, so I hate bananas. Close your mouth! Hooded. This is most certainly chaos. But watch us continue to use our megas anyway, you know. Banana Storm, thanks. It doesn't help. Stop listening to yourself eat. That's kind of weird, homie. No, I'm joking. I get what you're saying. Whoa. Oh wait, did my Mega not go through? Give me pigeon bombers. Nice. These bananas are truly awful. I'm just gonna say that now. They need to have a timer on the bananas so that they go rotten or something. Dan, you ban yourself. Ah! Oh my god. Are we nearly done? Yes! There we go! We've been saved. Not everyone has to get over the line, right? Wait, I thought the Highland girl came first. I'm confused. Anyway. The Highland girl hit 211 bananas. 211! What the what? That's a lot of bananas. Also, why are you confused, Dan? Did I really win? I was thinking because of the banana. Saved by the bananas. Yeah, you'd be Newman, but you also be crashing into everyone else. Alright, so let me escape. We gonna be playing some Animal Crossing now. Meow. That's how you normally... Oh my goodness. I was first when there was only 50 meters left and you ended at 4th? God damn. You stumbled at the end there. Tripped up. My controller's slow. What? What do you mean? Whether it can be played? Oh, yes, it can be played. Play the game, please. You need to pick up Animal Crossing again? Hell yeah. Illegal? The what? Raven's driving is illegal? Yeah, probably. Sounds like the computer trying to get a bribe out of you. Wait, what? Also, Highland Girl, you hit like, was it 212 bananas? I think. It was over 200. 211 maybe? We had... That race was 10 minutes long. You hit every banana you could find, I think. I think you were part of the cleanup crew. You picked up all the spare bananas. Checking whether the software can run. Oh. Oh yeah, it does that sometimes. I don't know why. Maybe if it like needs to update or something. But it was very like passive aggressive. What do you mean whether? Whether it can run? Silly bugger. Was that a record? I've never seen it that high. I mean, you are the Highland Girl after all, but it was fucking high. I've never seen. I think I was surprised one race we got like 50-ish hits. I had never seen a 200 before. It's 3 p.m. on Sunday. Oh, I changed my time because I wanted to do something during the day. Oh, I wanted to access the shop. Yes, I remember now. I wanted to access the shop and it was closed because it was nighttime, so I set the time back a bit. But I have good news, guys. I have fantastic news, in fact. Ignore my crummy outfit for a second. These flower beds continue to disappoint me. But we did our rock garden. I managed to get all the rocks. I had some stupid places where I didn't block off. Like, trying to think now. I've removed all the sweaters, so sorry, Dan. Whoa! Cupcake! How you doing, homie? Are you home now? So there was one over here. And I couldn't find it for ages because I was like, no, I covered this area, it wouldn't be here. But I also couldn't see it because of the palm tree. So it took me a while to find it. You just got home? You better rest up, man. But yeah, I hope they add records in that racing game. I think having like a record high speed, record high like yeet spaghetti, I don't know what the jump is called, and you know, maybe like record time of finishing something. I think that would be very funny. I think, I must have this one already. No, I know it. This one, obviously I know. You gonna rest up? Been going to bed super early. Oh yeah? So sleepy's time now? You gonna go do these? Have you been waking up super early though? Is that a motherfucking Care Bear? What is this? I've never. Oh! What are these? Dreamy. What? Guys, I didn't play this for a long time, so like, there's a lot of furniture and stuff that I haven't seen before. A beer. Yes. I want a cute pink bedroom, even though IRL I would not have a cute pink bedroom. What you got for me, homie? I love the fruits. Actually, I think I can turn off this other music because we got the Animal Crossing music. I forgot what I was saying now. Lol, it's gone. Nice new avatar. Thank you, Maestro. You're gonna crash at 9? Going to bed at 8:30 to 9, waking up 5, 5. Oh my god, are you gonna continue to wake up that early? So many cute things? Yeah, fuck. I haven't been keeping up with the updates, so like, when they've added stuff, I haven't seen it. The clothing basically never changes though. I doubt it. You wake up when your body's ready to wake up. Let's see. Oh! Thank you, Mal. Wow, 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 wow. Thank you. I was about to do that. See, this is why I don't allow links in my chat. Very simple reason. People be bitches. I don't think there's anything new. I don't see anything. Do we always have these torn sweaters? I don't know about that.
Would you like a cup of water?
Cause you look thirsty as fuck right now. Thank you, thank you. I might need to go and grab a water because I just realized now I don't actually have water by my table. Oopsie! Just want to close some things. Dum, 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 dum. And no pluggies, no pluggies. How are you feeling after the 12-hour? Oh, I'm fine. I'm a little bit tired, but you know, I went. Oh, I can be a sushi. Very cute on the front, looks fluffy, and then the tuna on the back. Not gonna lie, that looks new. That or I just never saw it before. Ah yes, socks that cannot be seen. I need to go get water. What? Crocs? We have Crocs? Walking shoes. These look like kids' shoes, but okay. Always remember to hydrate? Yeah, I should. I'm bad with it, apparently. No, nothing for my eye. Absolutely nothing. Oh, it was the reason why I needed the shop the other day wasn't to buy something. It was because I had like over 100 fossils just sitting in my storage. So I cleared those out. My storage was getting mighty full. So I was like, yeah, let me throw some things out. Go hydrate. Okay, I go hydrate now. Bye 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 bye. But first, let me put you on BRB screen. Yeah? So an advert is gonna pop, but don't worry, I'll be back. It's just gonna be old clips. What is it? 3-7. Oops. Ah! Oh. Slowly. Ah! Did you guys see that? What did he just do? Did you guys see that? Can't go. Stairway to hell. Ah! What am I supposed to do? High five him in the face. Oh, I'm being too loud. It's now almost 12 o'clock. I need to... Shh. Money, 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 money! Make an offering. I'm miserable right now. This is impressive and not in a good way. I agree, but I just got one now, so maybe I should be thankful. Okay, now another one. That's not him. That's also not him. That's especially not him. That is a bow. That is not a dog boy. That is also not a dog boy. This is disappointment. I'm gonna go ugly cry. This is a cat! My shit's broken. What the fuck? What was the rest of that? That was the... Does she get the dog boy? I don't remember. I think I get more of him later. I'm back, guys. Who's she? Who? Who, me? Hi, Yoda. How are you? I have liquid sustenance required for life. Oh, the small pink-haired girl, Diona. Diona. She's a healer. She's a bartender, but she's very sassy and she doesn't like alcohol, so... Diona. Ona, not Ano. Diona. That's how they say it in Chinese, like the Chinese voice. Well, Diona says her own name. Diona. Very cute. I love her. I have a sachet of tomato sauce on my table. Oh, when your shit was broken, there was a little character. Oh, it's from the software that I'm using. Like, if I show you. It's because I don't have the paid version of the software. I'm just use a free one. Because why not? I don't know what the paid version actually gives you besides removing the thing. But... where is it? Oh, it's here. Will it pop up? No? No? What if I... Boom! What if I... Boom! Boom! There we go. It's just a watermark. It's just a watermark for the program. Or something like that. She cute? Yeah? I guess so. She's just flapping along, doing her thing. Anyway. Boom. 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 Where is my game? There it is. Maddox, thank you for the lurkies. I hope you're doing well. I was here yesterday for like 10 minutes. Yeah. You like the ear wiggles? I love the ear wiggles. It's why I really like this app. Because it actually has ear wiggles. I'm drinking, by the way. So don't be asking questions. You said hi. Yeah, you said hi. You got excited. And then we were chatting about Cupcake. You don't remember, Yoda? Was yesterday traumatic for you? Did you trauma block it? Alright, where's my controller? Let's go. Do I have stuff in my pocket? Or I do. I got lots of random shit in my pocket. This would be my pockets if I didn't have to worry about life. I would just pick up random rocks and twigs and shit. Hydration is important. It is. It is. Another thing I'm going to be doing, I'm just going to be hijacking this little bit of area in my rock garden to breed roses. I'm starting from scratch for my blue roses. So, yeah. I have restarted breeding for blue roses so many times. That game did take too much brain power. Oh yeah, so we played Kiwi and then I played again later with Yoda. We played, what is it called? Overcooked. We played that with Mao, Jargon, and Yoda. And I only realized after stream it was all my mods. Or at least the very active mods. I actually don't know how many mods. I don't know who's mod anymore on my channel. I can only think of 4, which, you know, the 3 I just mentioned, plus Nikki. But he keeps on unmodding himself, so... it keeps fucking up the number. Yoda, do you remember seeing me yesterday? Isn't that the perfect way to end the celebration? Playing games with the mods? Yeah, definitely. It was a whole lot of shenanigans. I think we worked pretty well as a team though, so that was pretty cool. That was quite nice, I think. You were chatting about you? Yes, we were. We were only talking shit about you, Cupcake. What else could we possibly say about you, if not straight up talking shit? What did I just pick up? The audacity. This girlie, she just picked up fence for no reason. Good news. Hu Tao's triple crowned. Congrats! Oh my god, that's so exciting. How are you? Cupcake who? Llama? You really like Overcooked? Yeah, it was actually much more manageable with 4 people. Because when Jargon and I played it before, it was just the 2 of us. That was challenging. But with 4 people, it felt, I don't know, it felt more manageable. Hooded speaking as if he's been a Triple Crown Hu Tao main for a long time. What shit did you say? Only good things. No, I think I just asked where you've been. I can't remember if you told me. And of course I'm nosy, so you know. But we must do another Overcooked stream. I think it could be fun. I need to put all this money away as well. Iron nuggets? Fuck, I should have opened that first. You did tell me? Listen! What part of my memory is like a colander? Are we ignoring? All memory are soup. And by soup I mean like the broth. It goes straight through. My memories are water. They go through the colander. The only things that get remembered, I guess it depends what we're throwing into the colander, but like stupid shit that I don't need to remember. For a while I tried to convince myself that actually my memory's not so bad. It didn't work. I couldn't convince myself that I had a good memory. The power of wishful thinking. Not very powerful for that. You said it was all good? Yeah, no, I was just teasing you. Been a Hu Tao main for a year? Oh my, how embarrassing. I'm conflicted. I'm trying to decide if I want to triple crown my Nana. Because it's not necessary at all to do it. But I wanna. You forgot you were trying to have a good memory? Yes. No, I gave up. Because I couldn't convince myself that I have a good memory. How you doing, Jargon? Did you sleep? Jargon is awake? No, Jargon's probably been awake for a while. Considering the hour. It's like midday for him, I think. Oh, Bulbasaur! Ah! Nom 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 nom. Wow, I got so much money. So much money. Ah. No, I don't have a nice amount to withdraw. You just woke up? Okay, I was wrong. I was very wrong. Did you have a late evening? Were you out partying last night? Oh yeah, you did go out, hey! How so many bells? This one. This how? This how so many bells? Turnips! You gotta get in on that, that stock market, yo. You don't have this achievement, Yoda? How so many grammars? You're not one to talk. Llama. Llama. You forgot about that? You haven't done the stock market? Yeah. So I got a massive sale the one time. And then I stopped there. I was like, winners know when to quit. You kept forgetting to play the game on Sundays. Oh, so you didn't buy? That's fair. Also, my rock garden is now complete. I have moved all the rocks successfully. I've watered the flowers that need to be watered for today. I might just go and do a little bit of island maintenance. Because that's something that I need to do. Whoa! Hello? I don't know what to do with that. Ah, no, I did not mean to pick that. Fuck. Well, I don't actually need them anyway, to be fair. I might just throw them away. And then these bad boys, I want to use them for something. I don't know what, though. They would be a very epic entrance decoration. That's why I had them sitting where they were sitting. Because I was like, oh, that looks cool. And then I just don't know if I have anywhere to put them. I don't know which one's which. The entrance to a rock garden? Perhaps not. I don't think I have space in front of my museum though. Let me go have a look. Oops. Whoa, wait, can I walk? No. It's just a weird little area where I can be. Actually, I have Taylor's tickets there because they look like tickets, entrance tickets for the museum. I'm thinking maybe we can move the bin. The lights? Can put on the grass. And then let's pick up these bad boys. And see. I don't know if this can fit. Honestly, they're so big. They're huge bitches. No? Must put like so. What? It's gonna be a little tight, but honestly, I don't get many visitors, so it's fine. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. Wow. Wow. Look at them boys. We them boys. Nitro burritos. I'm quite happy with it. Let's You took some medicine for your headache? Good, good, good. Oh, the lamp is blocked. Where? What did I just grab on? Yeah. Yeah. I need to actually... Hold on. I had to take something as well. One of my tooths is a little bit sore. And I don't know if it's because I... Oh man. I don't know why I always do this to myself. I don't particularly like popcorn, but I ate popcorn today. No, don't drop. Ah, goddammit, why am I like this? I had popcorn today. And I almost always get stuff stuck in my teeth, and it irritates my teeth so much. So I think eating popcorn today irritated one of my tooths. Okay, so I want to go... Chop chop! This brother man over here. We don't want him no more. He's empty. Oh! Meringue, I'm sorry! Oh no. This is the worst. Oh. I should have checked. But it's okay. This is fine. You need to go to sleep? Oh, have a lovely sleepies, Puggy. Oh. Terrible. Can't believe I've done this to myself. Oh, there's the other one. Bye, Meringue. Oh man. Wait, do I not need... Why did I think I needed a fruit to dig up the tree? I know I needed for that one, but you know, I thought I needed for the stump as well. Why do I have... Yoda was asking earlier, why do you have so many bells? Why? Why so many bells? Actually, where's my chat? Hello, welcome chat. Welcome. Why so many bells? How'd you get so many bells? Say hello to YouTube. What? I have too many. If I need bells, I just go down to the bell store. Bell store? What? Hi, Shodan. Hello, future me watching this VOD. YouTube. Hi, Daniel. It feels like long time no see. Have you played or do you plan on playing? I do not plan on playing. Oh! Shit. I gotta remember, does this one work? No. YouTube is so difficult, you have skill issue. Yoda, I'm just uploading VODs for now so that I actually just have something on my YouTube. Subscribe now, YouTube viewers, or else. Subscribe on YouTube. Yes. Subscribe on YouTube and do a follow on Twitch. Yeah. Them's the rules. The llama has spoken. Also, Daniel, feels like long time no see. Are you keeping well? Busy with grade 12? No need to apologize. No need to apologize. You have important things to take care of. Never apologize. We'll see you when we see you, right? No pressure to ever be here. You're here when you have time. Only. If I find out you slacking on your school, I'm gonna have strong words. No slacking. Grade 12 is so stressful. It is. I know at least in South Africa, your grade 12, your grade... I can't do this, man. Your grade 12 marks are very important for getting into uni. So your grade 11, you can apply with your grade 11 marks, but you need to like maintain good marks in grade 12 in order to get accepted. Despite being a lazy child and a terrible student, I somehow got into university. Thank fuck I'm out of schooling, right? Yeah. Although you're old as fuck now, so it's been a while. That's what I was thinking. Don't make that face at me. Am I lying? Am I telling an untruth? I didn't think so. You finished 8 years ago? Damn. Dinosaur. I finished... What year are we in? 12 years ago? I like trapping people into walking in a specific place. You are hard untruthing? Where am I untruthing? You've got to maintain grade 12 and a girlfriend. Best of luck. I hope it goes well. Hope you make it out alive. I've heard matric and chem- oh, not matric. I mean, yes, matric, but also no. Grade 12 can be quite hectic. I'll be honest, I don't remember too much of it. You gotta go do your Japanese? Yes, go, go, go. Get out of here. Do I need a bin right here? Probably not. But am I gonna put it there anyway? Yes. 100% it's gonna go there. This needs to be recentered. I need to put the light back here. You would have loved to learn Japanese? Well, what is your excuse? What's your excuse? Also, yes, chankla. Chankla for anyone who misbehaved. Now, what I'm trying to decide is... 1, do I have space? But 2, do I wanna put this somewhere? Because that's gonna block off the entrance. But what I can do is put it like here somewhere. Make it a turn. No? No, make a turn? Hmm. Make it like so? Yeah, yeah. And then... Bad at language? I mean, fair. So I stand here, I sell tickets. I look abused currently because I got stung, but... You have to play League? Oh, gross. I'm so sorry to hear that. I hope you recover soon. Feel better soon, friend. Yeah, not everyone... Yeah, ranked. It's like how to say you hate your life in as few words as possible. I'm off to play League ranked. Breaker, Flash, or whatever Leaguers say. Don't forget to take your meds. Who? Whomst? I know you ain't talking to me. Oh, the League players? Because they gotta be sick in their head to be playing that game? Or what? Her son plays League. Jargon's gonna play League with her son, right? I have too many bells. You have it downloaded? Oh shit. Mm. You've been playing bot games to practice? Damn, okay. Do you guys see the price of this? Also, all of that is a lie. You haven't downloaded it and you haven't been playing. But I'm gonna take a screenshot and tell his son you're ready to play. Hoi! Hi.
Hello,
Woo!
motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. Hi, Sean. Is it Dragonius? Hello, hello. You would if Hassan asked you? Okay, so I'll remind him to ask you then, is what you're saying. Oh, this is a pretty one. Made you something, was supposed to send it yesterday, but got distracted with games. You made me something? What'd you make me? How you doing, motherfucker? I love that got like held back. I'm doing good. How are you? I'm doing good. We've been chilling. I had a 12-hour stream yesterday, so I'm a little bit tired, which is why we're just playing Animal Crossing, because I wanted some chill vibes only. Chilled vibes only. Very simply. Why can't I see that message? You can't see Sean's message? I had to permit it. Because it had a naughty word in it. It was flagged as bullying because you called me motherfucker. Wait, why did it... Damn, that's rough, man. Sean, how are you though? Are you good? Why? I said allow. Oh, was it the exclamation or the question mark before made a difference? That's fine. Anyway, chilled vibes only, or else. Or else. Do you want to die? Alright. I'm currently just maintaining my island. I'm looking for weeds. I'm probably going to be catching some wasps as well. So, in order to not die... You can die in this game. I don't know if you guys know that. Can't see any of that shit. Modding on mobile is so bad. Friend, go take a moment to open your eyes and relax. Oh wait, I have medicine in my pocket. I keep medicine for this very reason and then drop it on the floor immediately afterwards. Or else what? I may or may not time you out. You can't see it? You can't see his messages? You're doing very well? You just relaxed today? That's good, that's good, that's good. Do you have a busy week ahead? Because I feel like relaxing on a Sunday, very important. Especially if you have to work during the week. I know that my boyfriend gets a case of the Sunday blues. Because it's like, oh, work tomorrow. Hope you like it. What you send me, friend? Oh my god. Yoda, I was saving up for that. Wait, I want to show everyone. Oh my god, it's so cute. Ah! I show you now. Sorry, guys. My Discord apparently wasn't open. Very busy. Oh, you work in IT? Yeah. My boyfriend also works in IT. He sits in a lot of meetings. Yoda! I love. Yo, jargon one? Oh shit. I need to show the people. Bam, 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 bam. Yoda made a me. And it's so cute. Sorry, I show now. We just make like so. Ta-da! There goes your diamond. Yeah. I took away your diamond because you were being a little shit. Yoda made this for me! Yoda, I was saving up for the redeem. I love this so much. Ah! I love it so much. It looks bloody good. Yeah, fuck. It's very cute, Yoda. I want to use this. Yoda, can you teach me how to do the PNG 2-bit thing? I wanna use this. I wanna have all the models. I have the 3D one, which admittedly I haven't used in a long time. I'm gonna have this one. I want the PNG one. I want all the things. Oh, thank you. Looks so good, motherfucker. It does. Oh my god. It's like... Yoda PNG Masterclass. Yeah. I love this so much with all my hearts. Oh my god, it's so cute. Thank you, Yoda. That's so special. There's a very, very special PNG made for me from Yodoodles for my 2nd anniversary. You'll teach me your secrets. Can you teach me the secret of tits as well? Yoda's such a good bean. He is. Sometimes he's a little nonsense bean, but mostly a good bean. Teach us both? Yes! It shouldn't be too difficult to make this into an animated model. Ah, Dragonia, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the posse. I don't know if I said your name correctly earlier when you said hi, but I hope you're doing well. I hope you had a relaxing weekend. The secret of tits? Yeah. Yoda was showing us tits the other day. He was teaching us about tits. Uh-oh! Ha ha ha. Money in the bank. Money in my pocket. Also, tits is the name of a program, so don't get it twisted, guys. We're talking about a program. What is it? Twitch Interactive... Summon. Bro? Wait, did I say your name wrong? Please tell me if I did. Twitch integrated throwing system, you saucy buckers! Saucy buckers. Wait, why the crying face? No crying. If I said your name wrong, you can just teach me. The titty song? Oh no, I watched the titty song yesterday. That was a mistake. If you guys play Animal Crossing and you don't know this, catching wasps is a really good early game way to make money. You can literally do it from day one. Well, I guess as soon as you get a net. The most important part. 5 trees a day will have a wasp. 2 will have furniture. And I think those take priority over other drops. So if you only have 7 trees on your island, they will drop wasps and furniture before they drop anything else. How many wasps did we get now? We've got 4. Okay. We need 1 more. Also, when you shake the tree, make sure you stand directly in front of it. Otherwise, you run the risk of getting stabbied. You want to do it again? What do you want to do again? What? Damn Juria? Yeah, getting that song stuck in everyone's head. Oh, these trees are stingy. Oh! Oh, that was money. Welcome back, Stinky. You want a rain of emotes? I can give you a rain of emotes. Let's see. This is a cute one. Bam! Whee! Oh, it's a firework. This one's a firework. Hello, motherfucker. You wanted to do it again? Can you? Hi, back. We are dead. We are dead. Collective fathership. Is money again? I don't know how much money can drop. So far, 1,100. Good loud. That's a lot of emotes. No, no. Nom 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 nom. Not that you guys can see it. I'm munching the little grass baby. I don't think I got all the wasps. No? Only VIP and higher can do the kappa gen. Bing chillin! Nom 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 nom. Babazo! You can do the kappa gen for that cupcake. Because you VIP, you should be able to kappa gen that shit. Whoa! What's poppin'? Don't mind me just watching. Thank you, Daniel. And best of luck with your studies, by the way. I hope the rest of the year goes well. Typo? I don't know. More fossils to throw in the bank and then forget about for months on end, and then I come back and my bank's full and I'm like, what's in here? And it's just fossils. And random crap I've collected over the years. Because I'm all about that. Oh yeah, this is my little campsite area in the woods. In my little forest. Because you know, forests in the south of places are very common. Very common to see. Hi, bandits! There's no heart rain? What? The hearts? You worried about matric dance? Wait, why? These hearts? Those hearts work. Can we kappa gen animated emotes? I think so. I mean, just try it. Bam! Oh, it doesn't do the animation? You can still do them, but it doesn't do the animation. I think if it's one of my other emotes... How do I check? I can't remember how to check the BTTV ones, but... If you kappa gen a BTTV emote or any of the other add-on thingies, those ones will be animated, but the Twitch animated emotes don't work with the kappa gen. I don't know why. There, you see there's a bubba tap. Bubba tap. Bubba tap. How's it going? Not too bad. How are you? We just, I had a 12-hour stream yesterday, so I'm very, very chilled brain today. I am tired, but like in a good way. Dies of cringe. I don't know what that emote looks like. Also, I wanted to decorate my Zen garden a little bit. My Zen garden, my stone garden. Words. Hoya? No, no. Mama Eve! Oh, you got the Bulba and the Eevee tap. It's cute!
Would you like a cup of water? 'Cause you look thirsty as fuck right now.
Just a little reminder. Streamers in general don't want to hear that you're leaving their stream to go somewhere else. Just a thought. Praise be Kayla, definitely. Her emotes are crazy cute. I love them. Also, thank you for the hydrate. I will take a sippy now. Trigger got the Boba, I got the Eevee. Very cute, Mama Eve. I'm doing good though, how are you? Oh, is that Yoda's emote, right? The little Pikachu. No, that's not Pikachu. That's Mimikyu. It's very cute. And how's your little baby Burbs doing, Mama? I'm trying to decide. I think I want to get rid of this. Let me go pack some shit away because my pockets are full of crap. And I think I didn't have... What do I do with these? Does anyone know? How do you say that name? Eve! It's short for Yvette, right? So Y-V-E-T-T-E? I don't know. Perhaps? Gigi-san. Eve! Mama Eve is here. How goes the game? No, it's going. It's going. I'm busy cleaning up my island. There's like weeds and stuff that I'm just picking up. I don't need these, so I'm gonna just throw them away. I have mail. Maybe. Maybe she's here, maybe she's not. This is my little fishing spot. I come here when I want some peace and quiet. Whoa! This year on Dam City. Hassan told you why he is Gigi boy? Oh my god. I don't know if he told us. I think he did. Freaking cicadas. Oh, there it is. It's a recipe! You forgot? Listen, I'm old, Hassan. Oh, bread! I didn't know how to make bread. Nope. That is not what I wanted to press. I forget everything, Hassan. This is a known fact. Glasses? What I need glasses for? Oh, that looks stunning. Wait, you guys can't see it. Reading skill issue. Oh my god. Bread? Yeah. You don't like bread? Oh, and one of the rocks spawned here. Because I forgot. I don't have a scarecrow. Maybe I can make a quick scarecrow. Quick fast. Hope your Twitch anniversary went well and everyone behaved themselves. Yeah, we had a great time. We had a wonderful time, as far as I'm concerned. I think we had a great time. You love bread? What kind of bread? We had a wonderful time. Played lots of games, all kinds of shenanigans. There were people fangirling over Jargon's voice, you know, the usual. What did I want? I wanted to make some things. Look at the bread. Ow! Recipe for organic bread even. Uses the whole wheat, because only whole wheat is organic. What? Mama E? There's pull apart bread, which I might have had before, I don't know. This food looks amazing though. Oof. In all fairness, Jargon has a very nice voice. Pun! Pun! Bread is pun! No one is allowed to fangirl over my Jargon. What's wrong with it? You should have been here yesterday to talk them straight. Or perhaps don't talk them straight. Talk them gay. No. Talk hooded gay. No. Talk hooded straight and talk moose gay. Yes. But words. I can't. I have forgotten how to word, I'm sorry. Good luck talking me anywhere. Yeah, just don't talk to Mao at all. Just don't talk to him. Just pretend he is not there. No, don't do that. That's mean. Oh my god.
Where is your Brian? Do you need mine?
I don't have one. What are you talking about? I don't have a Brian. Do you have a Brian to share, to spare, to give? How kind of you. How generous. To share your Brian with others. Who did you go fall asleep? Well, Jargon, if you guys don't know this, Jargon sometimes streams as well. So, Jargon, this is a sign to stream more. The only problem is the time difference, which means Hooded, you would be well asleep by the time Jargon would stream. You want to put people to sleep with your stream? No, you see, sometimes it's a good thing. It's like a compliment because they're like, "Oh yes, your vibes are so chill that I could fall asleep." It's not a boring thing. It's not a "you're boring" thing. It's like, because someone, I can't remember who it was. I was watching someone and they were like, "Yeah, I like when people say that. It means that they feel relaxed. They feel calm here, you know." I have exactly 2 recipes for spring. It's a blossom viewing lantern and the picnic set. That's all I have. Because springtime is a clusterfuck because of egg day or whatever the fuck it's called. Also, I'm still wearing makeup. I just realized now. It's okay, Dan isn't here. Yeah. We don't have to worry about pluggies. I mean, Dan is possibly lurking. So he might come out of lurk now that he's been alerted to pluggies. Now, how about that weather? Why are you changing the topic? Jargon doesn't like attention. He's streaming? I even looked earlier to see if he was streaming, but I guess I looked too early. Damn it. That makes sense then. I think I checked too early and he wasn't streaming yet. So I was like, oh, he's not streaming? This could kind of be cute, but I don't have the cherry blossom bonsai and the pine bonsai tree. Wait, I have the pine bonsai tree, but I don't have the cherry blossom bonsai because I didn't get the recipe for that. He should write a pluggies bot. What do you mean? Where now? Oh, I definitely need to make scarecrows. When will they paint you? Who's painting me? Why are they painting me? To check for pluggies and yell about it? Auto detect pluggies in chats? Like the word pluggies, or like if someone were to say something? Love the new avatar. Thank you, Johnny. For when someone does pluggies, how would it detect though? How would it detect? How would it know? Okay, I need branches and weeds. I know that much. I'm just trying to decide what else I want to put in here. Maybe just a bunch of rocks. We can give that a try. Oh, maybe the land. Oh, those could be pretty. Okay, so basically buttloads of stone is what I'm picking up here. Okay. I'm working with NLP. I could write something to detect pluggies in chat. Wait, what? Oh yeah, I forget Hooded has got big brain. I'm the only small brain here, I think. Everyone else here's got big brain, and I'm just sitting here being one brain cell away from being brain dead. That was a mistake. You have a brain? Yeah. Different sizes brain for different. I do nothing, therefore no brain. Oh, I have lots of stone. Let's see if I can make some space. Hi, Quack Attack! I love your name, by the way. It brought great joy yesterday. I was just like, wow, that's a cool name. That's a funny name. I can't remember what I said exactly, but just know that I love it. Very good. 10 out of 10. Would say the name again. Quack Attack! My brain is for fitting into small spaces. Are you a cat? Your mascot inspires the name. Ah! Are you a streamer? My ears are ringing. Someone answer them, please. Please answer the phone. Your brain is on holiday. Head empty moments. Are you actually on holiday though? Ring ring. And it's just the one ear as well. Why is there only one ear ringing? God damn. Oh yeah, Hooded. Remember there was that BTS thing that you got invited to, but then you ended up not going? I went to it today. see, how can I put him down? Does Sunday count as holiday? No. No. Please be serious for a second. Sunday is just a day off. I wish I could have gone. Ah! What did you think? It was pretty cool. It was pretty cool. Okay, so how do I want to put this so it's facing the way I want it to face? It was nice. Who would call your ears? That's a very good question. Yeah, it was really cool. Because I watched the live. Oh, there we go, like that. I watched the live when, you know. Oh. Oh, it landed on me. Ugh, fuck, go away. Because I watched the live, like, I knew the songs that were gonna play and everything, so that part wasn't, like, a surprise or anything. And I saw a lot of the performance, but I did miss some of it because Weverse just fucking crashed. What is this? A camping chair. Let me go put it by the campsite, actually. That would be perfect. Because I think I have like a foldy chair, but I have now a Camp Master chair. Yeah, so I went with Ash. So I saw last week that a lot of people went, and it was like packed. Like there was lots of people, they all had their army bombs and everything. When we went, it was very empty. Just like you said now. But there was a lot of like loud people. They were very like excited, singing along. There was people dancing in the back.
Excuse me.
Quack Attack, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the posse. Also, do you stream? Sorry, I asked earlier, but I don't know if you heard me. You said you have a mascot? So yeah, Ash and I took our bombs with, which is maybe a weird thing to say, but the light sticks, we took our light sticks with. And we had fun together. But yeah, there didn't seem like there was a lot of people when we went. It was, yeah, like I said, maybe about 20 people or so. And yeah. I don't know how I would have felt if it was like full of lots of people, because I don't like big crowds and stuff. Big crowds and big noise may have been a little bit overwhelming. Let me go look. OBS always opens things in like the teeniest, tiniest window. I'm like, what is this? How am I supposed to look at anything? Oh. Oh shit, you need to get to 50. Quack, maybe introduce yourself. What kind of games do you play? What do you do? I see Fortnite. I don't know what Riders Republic is. And Fall Guys. Sheesh. We also went during the coldest and snowiest day. Ah, well, yes, that would maybe prevent some people from going. I think most people, like my side, had already gone. I think because ours was like an encore, so like they were only gonna have it for one weekend, but because it was so like popular, they ended up having a second weekend to like for anyone who missed it the first time. So that's the one we went to. So it was relatively empty. Yeah, Ash and I had fun. It was a little bit sad. Seeing Jin again. Because obviously he's busy with his enlistment at the moment. And when that concert happened, we didn't know that they were gonna take a break. So, looking back on some of the things they said, I'm like, ah! You gonna go sleepies, hooded? Sweetest dreams. Have a wonderful evening. We'll see you. Whopper, 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 junior, double, triple, whopper. The shit they did with Jin that looked like it was in memoriam. Oh man, the slow-mo. Slow-mo Jean. Have a great day, everybody. The rest of your day. Yeah. I mean, it's only evening for me, so... Even if you said... have a great day. It's fine. I still have the rest of my day to go. Fishing... Oh, that's a wall item. Cool. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Welcome, homies. Welcome, Momo. Thank you for the raid. How was your stream? You were playing Need for Speed. You was straight Newman. Did you have fun? You forgot to copy your own raid message? No, that's fine. Welcome, raiders. Who all did you bring with you? Welcome, Toto. Hi, Mad Maestro. Hi, Rosie. Rosie, yay! Thank you all so much for coming through on the raid. If you're new here, my name is Nat Otato, variety streamer from South Africa. Sometimes VTuber, sometimes Flash Tuber. Depends on my mood. I had a 12-hour stream yesterday to celebrate 2 years on Twitch. Which is why I'm doing VTuber today, because I am just pooped. I'm tired. You're new here? Hi. Welcome. How you doing, everybody? Did you guys have fun with Momo? Did you have a good time, Momo? Hi, new here. I'm Dad. Joggin is the dad now. You like the new model? Thank you. I quite like it as well. I love the little star hair clips and the little planet on my sweater. It's very cute. Are the vibes good here? They are only chilled vibes, please. Only chilled vibes. I am mook. I am tired. I'm sleepy. So yes, only the chillest of vibes. Hi, Brutus! Brutus, damn it! You're late! No. A wizard is never late. He arrives precisely when he means to. Brutus arrived precisely when they meant to, so it's okay. You know? It is a-okay.
Toto Stuck screamed, if you hear this, you cute.
Did you guys hear a weird buzzing noise? I don't know what that was. I don't know if there's something wrong with my stream, maybe. Did you guys hear the weird buzzing noise? You were in a part of your game you couldn't pause? Don't even worry about it. Stress not, Brutus. Like I said, you arrived when you meant to. You didn't hear nothing, even me. Y'all rude? Oh, bless you, Toto. You heard it, right? That means you're cute, Toto. Hey. That's how this works, yeah? You didn't hear a buzzing noise? Yoda, bless you. Bless you, my friend. I was making a joke.
Excuse me.
Brutus, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the posse. I'm all about opossums, so, you know, even though my character is panicky, I love opossums. They are, a forbidden cat. I love them. You're a buzzing noise? Yoda, you're so pure and wholesome and sweet and... Bless you. That's all I'm gonna say. Bless you. To answer your question, I had a good stream. It was supposed to be short and then I kind of made it even shorter. That's fine. It'd be like that sometimes. Alright, I was making stuff, wasn't I? I got distracted. Got her! Got who? Got what? Not me. Couldn't be me. Also, I had someone kick in the back of my chair when I was in the cinema today. And listen, in case you guys don't know this about me, I'm actually a very patient person. I don't know if it's evident. I don't know if people know this about me. But I used to teach English as a foreign language. And I don't think... Well, okay, there's lots of jobs that require a lot of patience. But I think this job requires a lot of patience. Because English is a shit language. It's very difficult to learn. And I feel like you have to be the most patient kind of person when teaching someone another language. So anyway, especially English, like I said, it's a shit language. I'm a very, very patient person. And I will put up with a lot of nonsense before I lose my shit. So I had this person kicking the back of my chair the entire time during the concert. So I would turn around and glare at them. I didn't shout, I didn't say nothing. I didn't obstruct their view. It got towards the end where my last nerve got worn away. Just fucked off straight out the door. Because they grabbed on the back of my seat. As if they owned it. As if it was theirs by their birthright or some shit. And this is where I lost my shit. Because this was after several kickings of the back of the chair. I smacked my chair so hard, it shook. It was like I was in a 4D experience. Like Jargon went to. I smacked that chair so hard. Didn't touch the person. I smacked my chair that I paid for. And they got a fright, naturally. So I was already looking at them at this stage. They didn't seem to realize that I was staring at them. So when I smacked the chair, they like, whoa, looked at me. And I was like, please stop touching my chair. Please stop kicking my chair. They didn't for the rest of the time we were there. It wasn't long, but you know. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Welcome, homies. Hey, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. How's that? Welcome. Oh, you were doing art, Chom? What were you doing? I need to know, cause I'm nosy. Welcome, readers. I hope you guys had a great time with husband. I know whenever I'm in his streams, it's always a blast. Doesn't matter what he's doing. Playing something. Chatting. Art. It's all a banger. Did you have a good time? And welcome to all the raiders as well. Thank you all so much for coming through. If you don't know me, my name is Nat Tater. VTuber, sometimes Flesh Tuber. I play a lot of Genshin Impact. I am currently playing Animal Crossing because I had a 12-hour stream yesterday to celebrate 2 years on Twitch. So now I'm tired, so I just want to chill. Despite doing my makeup earlier today, I was like, nah. There was enough people outside who perceived me today. I'm gonna do the... What's poppin'? Don't mind me just watching. Thank you, Toto! Yeah, I'm gonna fucking chill today. Chill on stream. Anyway. I was wondering why I heard you echo. All the tabs are here now. All the choms collected here. Oh, gosh, my butt. Okay. JP, the Ginger Mermaid. Welcome. Anyway, yeah. So, like, my patience was tested today. But the best thing you can do to someone who's testing your patience is give them a fright. Especially if it's not a behavior that's, like, acceptable. Because honestly, asking nicely doesn't work. People don't give a fuck in this country. I don't know about other countries, but in this country in particular, they don't give a fuck about the person sitting next to them or in front of them. Motherfucker's gonna kick my chair. I'm gonna smack my chair and give you a fright. Try me. Try me, bitch. Anyway, sorry. I was in the middle of a rant when you guys raided in. I went to the cinema today for the first time in God only knows how long. And I had someone kick in the back of my chair. And I was very patient with them. I was like, how do you not feel that you're kicking someone else's chair? Please be serious. Even my game's gone to sleep because I've been ranting for so long. Oh. I took a deep breath and I pulled something in my back. Chappy!
Don't mind me just watching.
Chappy! Thank you for the luckiest friend. I hope you're doing well. It's South Africa, enough said. No, but you know what? I know so many decent people here. Does that just mean all the people I don't know are not decent? Because I've never shouted at them? Because I will shout at my friends if they do something wrong. How to tell you're old? Jargon, shush. Paul, oh, that's what you meant. I thought you meant the ranting. Like, get off of my lawn! Because, yes, that also. But yes, I had some pain in my back. I just took a deep breath and there was like a jolt of pain. I'm just dying. It's okay. We're all dying, right? It's a well-deserved rant. I think so too. Because seriously, it is 2023. Ain't got no time for people kicking my chair in the cinema, please. I paid for my seat, you paid for yours. Kick your own fucking chair. Anyway, sorry. I feel very passionately about this, you know? Don't kick my fucking chair. Did you guys know you craft faster if you spam click A while you're crafting? Because you can do it slow. Some of these people will be a doos sometimes. Not even a doos. Boost! 100% boost! We're not even being polite now. I feel like doos is just a very more gentle version of that word. You see how slow she is? Typing skill issue. Everything is a skill issue these days. Wow! Wow! I will hoy that word. I will. With my horrible English pronunciation, I will hoy that word. Because honestly, some people deserve it. Some people are in fact a royal boost. Don't kick my chair. Must I go stand behind them and kick their chair and see how they like it? It's just inconsiderate, you know? Oh, I wanted to make some of these as well. I'm out of stone already. Didn't I make like 3 rocks? 1, 2. I made 3 rocks. No, man. Please be serious. I need more. Don't kick their chair, kick them. No, no, no. You see, because I think that counts as assault. I got no time for assholes, but if I lose my temper, there'll be a mess. Whoa, violence! No violence, bandits. You know, my resolution to that was smacking my chair because this woman was grabbing on my chair. with her hand, and I was just like, absolutely not. So because I smacked the chair, it gave her a fright. I was like, yeah, good. Get a fright. Yeah, yes. But yes, it's fine. I dealt with them in the way that I wanted to. I'm curious. This one's customizable. It looks very pretty. Like, goddamn. Please and thank you. I want a couple of these. I'm gonna make... maybe foul. Despite your exhaustive defensive strategy, you still have a bit of security problem. Whoa! Welcome, Grim Pigsy. You were having dinner? No worries, no worries. As I said before, a wizard is never late. He arrives precisely when he means to, so you're all good. Don't worry. You could come into stream after the stream has already ended and be like, sorry, I'm late. And we'll be like, okay, that's fine. Oh. Ah. Hi, Puppety. Okay, let's go throw some things down and see how it's going. I'm thinking... Oh, butterfly. Hello. I'm thinking... I don't know how I feel about the bamboozles there in the background. I wanted something cute and colorful, but... not too sure yet. Hi, Dumb Banan! Banana na 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 na. I hope you're doing well. Sorry I'm not early. Shame on you for not being early. Imagine. This one doesn't matter. I might just pull it forward actually. No, 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 no. We go back one. This is fine. Gonna look at the inside of your eyes. Enjoy. I assume you mean you're going to sleep. Is that thunder? I think it's thunder. Hi, Wolfie! What's poppin'? Don't mind me, just watching. Thank you so much. Bandits, I hope you have a wonderful evening. Sweetest dreams to all the peoples that go sleepies now. I like it. I'm undecided. Whoa! Unbelievable. Mans goes to lurk and as he's leaving, he's crop dusting. In your wake, you just leave a big stank. I can't believe you've done this, bandits. He ripped the rippiest of rips. Like, goddamn. Just ass blasting on his way out. Woo! Cheers, motherfucker. Bye, 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 bye. Poverty. Jargon's a cat dad. Does that count? Being a cat dad count? I'm stunned. I'm lost for words currently. Okay, so what I'm thinking, right, is... yeah. It wasn't you. You weren't ass blasting. Who are you gonna shift the blame to? I wonder if it's possible to make a command like that. If we start a thing and we're like, this person tooted, this person badonk honked for everyone to hear, right? And then I'm gonna remove this one for now. And then you can pass it to someone else.
Would you like a cup of
like
water?
to pass the blame?
You look
Ooh.
thirsty as fuck right now.
Thank you for the hydrate. I am taking sippies though. Thank you. I love that song. That song sparks joy. If I'm ever having a difficult day, That's what I need to listen to. I'm doing good, Wolfie. How are you? I will make more. More dems. I'm thinking I must do like so. Like so, like so. Yeah. And then... Yum. I don't know if I want symmetry. Yet. Nope. Did I ask how you're doing? How are you doing, Wolfie? You doing alright? Fantastic. This is not gonna block, right? I don't know. Oh shit! Oh shit! Shitty titties. Yeah. We good. Okay. Is this still fine? It must be. If I can walk by the rock, I think this is sounded. He's okay. Yeah. Nope. Ta-da! So the idea there is that I stand here and hit the rock. I could even stand here. Is that a woodland toilet? No. That's just a little pond. There's maple leaves in it. You animal. Why you want to take a shit in the woods? I'm thinking of putting a bench. I had a bench somewhere. Do you want to take a shit in the woods? When you gotta go, you gotta go. I mean, yeah, you can dig a hole in this game though. But you can actually poop in this game, so... Yeah. I think I have a few toilets. Oh, this is one of my favorite things that I have. It's a light stick. And when you use it, it changes color. I wish you could hold two, though. We going raving? Yes. In Animal Crossing, when there's a concert. Yeah, boy, Tian. Hello. Where's the poop meter for when you need to go? So it's not a poop. It's only if you eat. But you don't need to eat in this game. Because this is actually hell. We're in limbo. No, I'm joking. Slay! Am I slaying? Tian? Come again? Top or bottom? Is Tian the bottom? That sounds about right. Limbo would be a cool theory. Yeah, you don't need to eat, you don't need to sleep, you simply slave away until you die. You slaying this girl? Oh my god, thank you. You're being bottom profile. I'm just fucking with you because I can, to be fair. Have you seen the toilet portal people use for getting into the rock garden? Jog and I used to have one. Do you remember? Did you ever see my old rock garden? My first one, in fact. I'm currently on my third one. Slay. Oh, Yoda, please no. Ciao, Lee, hi. Please let there not be any Chinese people in the chat. Thank you. Thank you, Jesus. Or whoever would make that come true. Why do I have a collection of crap? Oh, God. Why am I like this? There's no way my brain would retain that, but that's dope. Yeah, it was one of those fancy toilets that opens as you walk past it. Cock rude, hey? Cock rude. I opened this for something. What did I open it for? Let me just take a bunch of shit out. I took out some... You like the VTuber model? Thank you! Thank you! It's... I shared it on... Are you on Tweeters? If you want it, if you want to use it. It's fine. I found it on Twitter. It's very cool. Also, why is it so hard to find normal wood? But like softwood, I have aplenty. Hardwood, I used to have a lot of, and then I don't know what I did with it, but it's gone now. Please don't take that out of context. Hello, other Tian. I got 2 Tians. A Papa T and ya boy Tian. One of you is definitely superior. But I'm gonna let y'all fight it out, and that will decide who is superior. Wait, you can customize... What? You can customize your tools for what? Why? I guess decoration, definitely. But otherwise, for general use purposes, definitely not. You can customize your wand? Wait. This is just the standard color. Customize. This one? Oh, nay! This entire time? We'd never take anything you say out of context. Debatable. Honestly, debatable. Can you guys hear the thunder? I don't know if it's loud enough. Where did the wands go under? Okay, so this one's not customizable, I'm guessing. Okay. Other? No? Surely it would be under equipment. Am I going insane? Entirely possible. I am insane. Surely not miscellaneous. Wait, there's a golden garden? What? I don't have the bunny garden decor. What is this new? I've never seen this before. What if you're omnidirectional? Nat pinning everyone against each other? Or just me, it seems. Calling me a bottom is an insult. You don't trust bottoms? You don't trust yourself? I'm sorry to hear that, man. Hope you find it in your heart someday to trust yourself. Guys, that thunder is rumbling. Wow! Damn! Retire. Give up now. You have no power here. Okay, so the only one we can customize is in fact the mushroom one. So that kind of makes sense. This makes a lot of sense. Okay, we're good. Retire from being a bottom. Then you won't get teased so much. What did I say I was gonna make? More lamps, definitely. Let's craft. Internalized bottom phobia. Yeah, you do have that, hey. Do I want puppies? Do I want stone puppies? I don't know. Tian can't change his core identity. You guys are terrible. Here lies a... Fly high? Is that what you want on your gravestone? I'm just gonna go there with a... Not even a permanent marker. I'm gonna go there with a whiteboard marker. And write Tian Fly High on your... on your grave. Even in death, he cannot escape being a bottom beach. That was Jargon who said that though, not me, not me. They'd reuse your grave for another person above you because you're such a bottom. Ugh. Bully. Outdoor bath? I don't want an outdoor bath as such, but it's just a cute froggy pond, so... Kakrudexe. Wait, that wasn't done. Why did I do that? Let's craft! We getting crafty. Ah, this is a big boy. Ooh. There was the thunder again. I feel like you guys probably didn't hear it though. Bless you. Ray sneezed. I don't know if you guys could hear it. Is it all bamboo? You can fix my aircon that isn't broken, but we can hang out instead. Wait, what? Why? What a weird way to invite someone. Am I missing something? For the price of 1 gold nugget, no, sorry, 3 gold nuggets, you can have an entire cart full of gold. I don't know if you guys knew that. Giant teddy bear. Maybe it's a very small cart. Oh, that kind of sucks though. Fuck that shit.
Your boy underscore Tion screamed, why call me a bottom? Bottom phobia is a real thing and it affects 1 in 5 people. Joe, let me live.
Joe. Joe. Joe mama. Man, J-Hope at the concerts with his mullets. Very cool. Not normally a fan of mullets, but he pulled it off really well. Where the fuck is this thing now that I want to make? Is it not a craftable thing, perhaps? We can't make it? I'm gonna look again. The mullet is insane. Like, good or bad? Because I think it looked really good. I don't like mullets. But he pulled it off really well. They're all fluffy chickens now, besides Jin. But they all got big fluffy hair.
I can't hear the bottom complaining, I catch a word here and there. But he's too far down, you know. Maybe you should shout louder, Tion. Kappa.
Oh man. Poor Tion. I mean, I definitely wanted a bench. What are all these gold things I've never seen before? You think he looks better with every other cut? You're entitled to your own wrong opinion, Jargon. That's fine. No, I'm joking. I don't know. I thought he did very well with it. Like, or he looked very good with it. I think. Oh, that's cute. Veggie basket. I don't remember seeing that before. Because I think the Busan concert was after after his solo performance. So I think his hair was styled like that because of his solo performance, and then because it's not his usual vibe, yeah. But the outfit he was wearing.
On screamed I. Why you got to be like this? A pose? Yes, a pose. The hell a pose cake.
What? Yes. Whatever you just said, yes. I feel like I'm going insane. Fuck the Bunny Day stuff. The new LP? Oh, I haven't heard it, but I've seen people posting about it. And you yours. Oh, he didn't look bad. You just like the other ones better. That's also fine. That's also fine. I was just joking before. But yeah, I think it went well with the outfit he was wearing. It is very different from what we're used to with Hobie. But it was still good, I think. Pose. Puss. Oh man, you guys are silly. Alright, let's go. Neighbor, because I feel like I'm going insane. I don't know what this thing is called. I don't know if it's a big boy or little boy. Don't show me things that aren't for sale. Wish you guys could hear the thunder.
Sec.
Sack! What the fuck? Damn city. Unbelievable. Oh, it was Yoda. Potato! You look so cute, thank you! Have you been... Potato, have you been doing guild battles? I'm now kicking people. If they don't do guild battle. Yeah? Yeah, when you told us you did it, Yoda. You hear the thunder, but just outside your window. That's also fair. You haven't touched it today? I know. That's why I asked. Hey! Hey! Hey!
Joe 8 moons.
8 moons? Ten out of 10. Thank you so much for 8 months, Diane. I really appreciate it. Also, is that how you spell yo? Because I go Y-O-H. Joe 8 moons? Not with a J. With a Y. Y-O-H. You? Not Y-O. Y-O-H. Please be serious. Tian.
Show 8 moons.
Tian, look, I know it's difficult to spell as a bottom, but yo, like so. I've never in my life seen someone write it J-H-O. Never in my life. Tian can't be serious. Have you met him? I haven't, actually. We haven't met, Tian. You don't want to meet me? No, I don't. I don't want to do the other meet either. Now, because of what you said. Shame, he's Afrikaans, guys. Be nice. You're crying? You see what you did, guys. You need to be nice to him. You're typing, hey? Need some help. Skill issue. Skill issue, Tian. Man, Tian is such a weird name for me because growing up, I had a neighbor. That's the end of the sentence. I had a neighbor that had 2 kids, and I can't remember the little girl's name, but the little boy was so fucking annoying. Holy shit. You think I complain about my neighbors a lot now? Anyway, the little boy's name was Tian, and he would follow us around everywhere, because I would go there to play with his older sister. Because she was closer to my age. And he would follow us around and he would only speak Afrikaans, and my Afrikaans was shocking as a kid. It's not much better now as an adult, but you know. I can verstaan the little bits of... Okay, I'm joking, my Afrikaans is not bad. But like, you know, I don't use it. I haven't used it since like high school, so I'm very rusty. Very, out of practice. I got a litter box. Isn't it that? Isn't it what? Isn't it what, Puppety? Jargon, when did you gift me? Yesterday. Yes. From now on, I'll use Afrikaans as an excuse every time I fuck up. Time? Like the herb? Tian, please. Asseblief. Tears in my eyes. Every herb? Nay, son. You have no excuse for that one. I'm sorry. We're voting you off the island. Also, Potato, I'm looking for that thing that goes thunk. You know what I mean? Oh, here's the toilet. This is the toilet that I had. It opens itself, Jargon, when you walk past it. This has to be intentional. You can't do that accidentally. No, I think it takes a lot of willpower to write it like that. But yes, when you walk past the toilet, it opens itself. If only y'all could hear us in Discord. Oh my god. Is that a pluggy Yoda? Whoa. Sorry, I'm looking. Tea time is me time. Raspberry and vanilla rooibos. Don't even apologize. Go enjoy your tea, Momo. Relax. Nay, because I think I'm actually losing my mind now. I didn't see this thing at all. I'm pretty sure it's a thing you craft though. Fucking hell. Here, it's this thing. Am I allowed to be gay here? Yes. It's called a deer scare. Why wouldn't you be able to be... Of course you can be gay here. You can be gay wherever you want. It's okay to be gay. Fucking hell, not for sale. That means I have to make it? Nani? Why I didn't find it before then? Am I stupid? It's okay to be gay. We love Skittles. My chat is made up of Skittles. Gay doesn't automatically mean bottom though. Now what in the fuck? How dumb must you be? How many times did I go through this looking for this thing? Stupid! Stupid is the only word I can think of to describe me right now. Surely under bamboo, right? Surely. Where? Where gets deer scare? I am dumb. You heard gay bottom? No, we were talking about a different gay bottom, Mal. Did someone give me the deer scare and that's why I can't make another one? Green and purple Skittles on my faves. I love that color combo. It is part of the bamboo. Wait, who's getting cancelled and why? Does anyone play Animal Crossing? In chat? I need something. But I apparently don't have the receipt for it. You have access to Jenny? Yeah, but I feel bad because you have to go and fetch him. So, I just need to know if any of you can do me a big favor. I need this thing. It's called a deer scare. It's part of the bamboo collection. I don't have the recipe for it. Someone must have made this thing for me in the past, in a past life, when I had friends who played this game. Because I can't make it myself. But I want one. I want another one. Because I want to leave one here. In my bathhouse. You can't fall asleep? Well, you're not going to fall asleep if you sit here, hooded. I mean, you might. Ain't your mama? You don't have the recipe? It's fine. Like, you don't have it at all? It's apparently from Cranky villagers. I don't think I've ever had a Cranky villager. The peel? Are you a peel now, Peanut? Bam, 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 bam. Yo? Yoda? Hmm. Apparently it's a sore subject with Jenny. She's been looking for one as well. No! I'm so sad. She thought I was picking on her for asking. Oh! Give her a kiss. Give her a forehead kiss to say sorry. I only have one, but I want to leave it here. Fuck. You need a cranky villager. I don't think I have anyone cranky. I think I used to. I think he's a jock.
Your boy underscore T on screamed, bro, I'd cow to approach women cause a bunch of blabber just comes out of my mouth and then I have a mental down.
A what? But if you're gay, then you don't need to approach women. What are you talking about? Don't even worry about them. I might be able to make a deer scare. My Switch is dead though. Really, Potato? Because you would make two people very happy if you do. He's bi? Oh, I mean... fair. Valid. My comment still stands though. You have other options, Tian. You have other options. You don't need whammons. Nat is getting cancelled? Why am I getting cancelled? Cancel Nat? I'm bi. Why are you cancelling me? We're in the same team. We're fishing from the same pond, man. Why are you cancelling me? Yeah, friendly fire, you fuck. I hope your next shit is an unpleasant one. I hope a turd blocks your booty hole. And there's just explosive gas that shoots it out and you get the worst splashback of your life. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You're not gonna do the whole quote, Mao? You gotta do the whole quote. Otherwise, what was the point of saying something so obscene? Where? Skill issue. Only quote out of context? Oh. Pedal board? No, thank you. Lily, you got Animal Crossing? Lily, how you, Lily? And you didn't add me on the Switch? You reset your island recently? I feel like it takes a lot of bravery to do that. I don't think I could give up everything I've done so far. Excuse me? You regret it? No! Did you save anything, Lily? What's happening here? I'm so confused. Chat is on some other shit. Your baby child? Yeah. You saved your golden tools, that's all? But your golden tools won't last forever. I'm missing some golden tools. I haven't finished everything. He's a 2000 babe. Oh my god, actual child. Is it legal for him to be on Twitch if he was born in the 2000s? I'm old. I was born in the 1900s. You're excused, Tian. Just don't do it again. Late night. No, you don't have to say late. You can just say 1900s. You maxed everything? You reset so you can do it all again? Insanity, Lily. I haven't finished a lot of things because I'm a lazy ass, but... This, I haven't done any of the, like, new stuff. 2002 isn't that young. It really isn't. Because they can drink booze, right? In the US. There we go. So I'm missing the axe and the shovel. During first lockdown, I got it. Got a 5-star island in 5 days. My friends were worried. You feel old? What? 2002? You're only 20? You're a baby potato! A baby potato! It's a shame to leave your teens, yeah? You're gonna miss it. I wanted to put a bench, but now I'm not so sure of that. I'm not even sure about these rocks, if I want them there. I turned 30 last year. All of you can shut the fuck up about being old. Y'all wouldn't know old if it smacked you in the face. We aren't saying you're not old. No, but that's what makes me ancient. I'm joining the ranks of dinosaurs with Joggin and Dan. Your dad hasn't smacked you in a while. Come here, I'll smack you. My dear wife complained today as she turned 31. Oh, I'm turning 31 this year too. I'm unsure about these. I want to see if there's something better I can put. Maybe I can put these there. Maybe he will look nicer. 31? You're a human? Debatable. No matter where I go, there's always a Toto there to bully me. Is there a Toto that's bullying you here? Jenny Bean is 31. She's spring champion though. Boost. Language. Tian is Toto now? Eh? Why is he a Toto? I have too many Totos now. Ayo? Tian, please. Why did it not work? I don't know if I want the writing on it or not. Adds a bit of depth, I guess. Why not? I come here to relax, to get away from Tian. Oh, and then my lights don't show anyway. Fuck. There we go. Chat is unhinged today. It's because y'all sitting in a group chat. Being unhinged together. You've been robbed? Oh no. Switches have the worst batteries, yeah? They can be pretty shitty, yeah, actually. Johnny fell asleep? Aw. No, but he's sick. He must go to sleep. Anyway, so... Also, I'm dressed like a fucking hobo child. If it touches any surface, I was cosplaying a jet. It's been on charge for almost an hour. Oh my gosh. Okay, my Switch is relatively new because I bought myself the Animal Crossing one a while ago. Anyway, the reason why I'm doing all of this is because I'm insane, but also because I'm lazy. Let me introduce to you how I hit rocks. Switch's fans. So there's a little vent at the top, if I'm not mistaken. I was about to unplug my Switch. So at the top, you know where the on button is? On that part. Your Switch is alive. Give me a bit. Alright, no worries. You swear you have it. Listen, if any of you ever get a duplicate for the recipe, please give. Please. With tears in my eyes, please. I love the deer scares so much, and I'll make unlimited deer scares for Jenny Bean. She can just hit me up, just send me a message, be like, "Hey, give me shit," and I'll be like, "Yes." Johnny doesn't sleep. He needs to listen to people. Confections, Nani? Confessions? Deer scare. Yeah. Deer scare. It's this thing. It scares the deers. She'll slide into my DMs. This thing. They go dunk dunk dunk. This. Dunk dunk. You make dunk dunk. This one. Do you have a lookies? In case a burnt doesn't have it. Thank you, Lily! There's a good chance you have one. So if you have a cranky villager, because they give you the recipe, please, I'm cry. I want one so bad. I didn't know that I got gifted that. I don't know who gave it to me. I would have to go look through my old friend list and see. Cha-cha! Give me gold nuggie! Gold nuggie! That's not a gold nuggie. These nuts! Which nuts, Tian? These nuts. Which nuts? These ones. How a spell? D-double-E-Z. Duh. These nuts? Yes, these nuts. Nuts?
Would you like a cup of water?
Toto!
'Cause you look thirsty as fuck
Uh-oh.
right now.
I finished my water. I need more water. Toto! Toto, why are you still awake, friend? It's ZP time. I've been speaking English deliciously since I was twice. Oh no! Twice what? I wish you guys could hear the thunder. It's so loud. Sorry, friend, I don't have it. No worries, Yoda. It's okay. I think I've rallied the whole chat to go and look and see if they have it. Because Jenny doesn't have it, you don't have it, Bumper Potato's looking, and Lily said she'll look also. It is sleepy time. Oh, oyasumi nasai. Sweet dreams, Toto. Did your character have colored hair and pronouns? Everyone has pronouns, Tian. Please be serious for a second. For a moment of your life. Be serious. Ain't nobody got no pronouns. Oh my god. Tian, please just speak Afrikaans. It's fine. I can understand. I give you permission to praat die taal in my chat. Tian, I am a man. I am male. I'm not into that mentally ill stuff. I don't know if you've seen, but Tian's not being rude. That was just a... Someone was doing an interview or something. I don't remember where I saw it. It might have been on Instagram, to be fair. Hi and bye. And this guy, he asks him, like... What? I can't remember what question he asked him, but he's asking him basically what his pronouns are. And the guy's like, I'm not mentally ill. And I was just like, what a... what an idiot. What a colossal idiot this guy was. I think it's safe to drop the roses here, actually. Okay. I don't want to put them in an annoying place, it's anything. Where they're gonna disturb other things. It's okay. Let's drop it here. Warm. See you. Furry. Foe. Foe. I want to move the other one. I'm breeding something specific with these white roses and I just can't remember. One of my favorite ones was a guy saying his pronouns were sir. People in the comments were killing. What do you even say to that though? You got the recipe for cookies? Where mine? Where are my cookies? I don't know if I have the recipe for cookies. Probably. Look at this mosquito. Do you guys want to see what happens when you get bitten by a mosquito? Oh, I needed to get water. For Toto. Toto's. He redeemed. Sippy sip. I don't have water. So let me go get quick. You'll make some and visit one day? I might have the... I have a lot of food recipes. And I have some spare food recipes on the beach. I have frosted pretzels, brown sugar cupcakes, pear jelly, apple tart, mixed fruit tart, carrot cake. Oh, I don't have cookies. Pancakes, apple pie, pear smoothie, apple smoothie. Bunch of other shits. Huh, I don't have cookies. We can bake some things for each other, Yoda, and distribute it. Is there anything you need or want? Do you have a lot of stuff that you never use? It's a bit hard to say, Lily. I don't know. I don't remember a lot of the furniture and stuff. I don't remember if there was anything specific I was searching for. Imagine being attracted to men. Could never. But Ito, you can get me anything? I can't think. I can't. My brain is empty, Lily. You need more bells for things? Yoda's poor. Poor man. Ito's your husband? He's all of our husbands now, so... You're gonna have to share. Your Switch is still loading? Ah, thank you, Lily. Want some crowns to sell? Lily's just got crowns laying around. Tion Arataki has a ring to it. Long lost siblings. You do kind of have the same energy. Gay gremlins. Yeah. One's American, one's Afrikaans. Okay, let me go get that water. I'll be right back, guys.
Wolfire to the moon screamed, my sprinkler goes like this. And comes back like
Guys, I got so distracted. I got so super distracted. Sorry I disappeared for so long. Okay, so I went to the kitchen for water rights. And I walked into the kitchen and I was like, man, I'm hungry. I didn't eat dinner. I just realized now, it's almost 10 o'clock at night, that I didn't eat dinner. Oops. So, I got myself a snacky. I love how you disappear and reappear. Yeah, it's really cute for this model. Okay, what did I miss? Johnny's here! Wolfie did the sprinkler! You guys are actually gremlins. Well and truly. Cupcakes are cuck? What the fuck? Imagine being rude to Cupcake? Yeah. Yo? One day a top will pick you. Cupcake is lacquer, bro. For real, he's not for play. You'll be lonely forever. Imagine being bi and lonely. You can choose from the whole ocean and you still ain't got nothing. Thank you, Wolfie. How's my Switch is not even 1%? Lily, did you not charge it for a long time? Tian is run because he's the most bottom of the three. You found it. Who you calling bitch? You found a deer scare? Like the recipe, or you can craft it? It's been on charge for an hour? Oh no, Lily. That's not good. Imagine being a gremlin. Mao's also a gay gremlin. You found one laying around. You can't craft it either. What? Nay, bro. How did I get one? I'm too scared of people. The old rich Chinese try to seduce me by saying I have amazing strong legs. Do you have strong legs, Sian? I'm just confused why none of us can make these things. Open up the gates! No, Potato! You can't give me your only one! Are you sure? I give you Dodo code, yeah? Because I don't think you visited before. Everyone asks you if you play rugby. Yeah. Oh man. Online play. Mao. Actually, it's the LGBTQ, Mao. You gotta say it right. Have you seen the fan art of the pilot birds? They're hot. The human version, of course, Tian. It's turning on? Oh shit! Your switch is turned on? Kinda weird to tell us that, Lily, but okay, thank you. I guess. Okay, there's my dodo code. The first one is 8. Lily, why'd you write it in the chat? My island is open to anyone. I covered it for a reason. My outfit's cuck. I don't know why motherfuckers is being caught though. Autobots, roll out! Been catching everyone today who said motherfucker. Uh-oh! Who's joining though? I hope this is a potato. And not some random. Pardon? Potato, is this you? Are you a fruit? Okay, it is you. I saw this one man today. I was foaming at the mouth when he looked at me. He has a big nose. What are you talking about, Tian? Are you okay? Are you Audie's cupcake? We missed you too. But have a good sleepies. We'll see you around. I'm not one of those fruits, yeah? Your name's literally Fruits from Juicy Fruits. You gonna make memes? Enjoy. You're literally a fruit. Look at you. You got a lemon on your head. I just want to know why no one has this recipe. Thank you, friend. Much appreciate. Do you want anything? Do you need money or anything? You good? Thank you so much, Potato. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Did he leave? All my villagers are like, you ain't dead? Yeah, I get that every now and then from mine. Do you want me to say? If you wanna. I don't know if you wanna look around or anything. It's your business. You can go look in my museum, you can look in my shops. You can go harass my villagers if you really want to. Oh yeah, guys. So before they added the update, I made my own little coffee shop. You gonna tour the island? Perfect. Enjoy. So where I am now, this is the food court because all my food themed villagers live here. We've got Meringue, Tia, Marshall, and Zucker. So this is the food court. My little coffee shop. We now have an item that very literally just has cakes in it. So before we had that, I made fake stuff. There's also my fake, what's the bird called? Anyway, the pigeon. Marshall and Raymond, these two would sell for— I would sell on my boys. They're my homies. But yes, I do also have Raymond. Raymond I'm kind of keeping reluctantly. Because I'm like, oh, he's one of the new guys. If you ever need a quick buck. You mean like dollars or... You have Marshall for that reason? Damn. Ooh. Mostly bells. I have almost 16 million bells in my bank, so I think I'm okay. I think I'm fine. I remember when they first came out though, everyone wanted them. And I got them both accidentally while searching for other people. And I was like, shit, bitch. You mine now? I couldn't give up Marshall, he was so cute. And now I've grown to love him. Oh, sorry, I'm standing in the way. I still need to decorate this area. Do you guys remember when I made Kawaii Italy? Jargon, I think you were here. So, Kawaii Italy is my restaurant here. Instead of red, it's pink. Hi, Crossing Point. How are you? I don't know if there's any music more suitable. I can't can't believe I didn't eat dinner. What a chop. Oh! Miku! This is quite literally Miku music. Is this not Kaito? Oh! I was sitting like a chop. Oh! This is actually perfect. Do you have peaches? I do. You need peaches? Shake a peach tree. You know where my farm is? Did you find it? Do you need anything else? Do I need a ticket to visit? You don't. You don't. You just use the Dodo code, Lily. There's pizzas here. Do you need me to shake the trees? Yeah, take it. You better pick that all up. Do you need veggies as well, Potato? Guys, I just ate the most tasty, like, cracker, like snacky cracker things. They were like tiny little crackers. I want to say, kind of like, you know, like cheddars, mini cheddars. Your inventory is full. Is there anything shitty you can drop? Like twigs or weeds or whatever. Were you stealing my shit? There you go, check my gold. If you want, you can just drop some random shit on the ground. Oh yeah, anyway, so the crackers I was telling you about. They're super fucking tasty. It was like chili and roast, what, probably roast chili and tomato. You dropped it by the Tom Nook place? Tom Nook place? The shop? Or you gonna go drop it there? Oh, you mean the square? Where Isabel is. Oh, right. That's a little bit of a squeeze, but I think it's okay. I think it's cute. We're gonna leave it. The community center, maybe? I'm not too sure, actually. There's Marshall. My little marshmallow. He calls me Touchdown. He got it from my jock character. Fua fua, cause he's fluffy. Look at that big fluffy tail. He is so cute. Oh, it makes me angry. I just want to squish his little cheeks. Look how small he is. You got flowers, homie? You edited something? It's in general chat? Oh god. Do I need to edit you out of my life? What's going on here, Tian? Wait, what? Skittle Squad! It's very funny. I would recommend watching. Ooh, free stuff for me. Designer Sunnies. Would I? Oh, okay, never mind. You good? Okay, what do you need? What can I get for you? You can always go grab whatever you want. My garden is open. Just some veggies? Of course. You weren't playing around then? Yeah, I had to actually get veggies from someone else as well because I didn't want to have to wait for the other guy. So yeah, you can go grab however many you want. There's different color pumpkins. There's 4 different color pumpkins. Mini pleather bag.
Excuse me.
Dookie! Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome to the party. How are you? Also, a lot of the outfits in my wand are punny. Couldn't bear to be bare. Could you give a farm hand? Fishing for compliments. Which outfit is this? And you've got to be joking, which is one of my favorites. Because I got cute bunny ears. How are you, Suki? Woo! Sorry. I run into a friend. Look how cute! Look at— oh! You got a little fishy bag. I think I have a fishy bag too. What are you gonna do with your Tagananas after the VA incident? Listen, Tian. Luister, Tian. I don't gebruik the English voiceover. Doesn't matter. Not my circus. Yeah? He's a piece of shit though. For taking advantage of people. What a fucking horrible person. You have no recipe, but you have something better, Lily? Gift? For me? Oh wait, I can't put it because Tian's... Tian. Potatoes, yeah. You watered what you... oh, bless. He's even got a little elephant watering can. The gays are okay, yeah? You have to go. No worries, Grim Pixie. You got load shedding. Go, go, go. Do your things. Go do your things. Unless it's too late. In which case, I'm sorry. You're too lazy to read? Get good. Get good, Tian. You're bored of the game? Why are you bored of the game, Yoda? Have you finished everything? Have you 100%ed the game? You have no reason to be bored. I don't have the little elephant watering can. I just have this gold one. English is not very... Your English looks fine. Don't worry. I'm doing good. Oh! Are we rain? Are we rain? Wait, I have rain also. Wait. Wah! Wah! Here's my rain. I turn into a frog. I am a frog in the rain. And I got my little acorn baggie as well. He's a frog-tato when it rains. Did you grab pumpkins? You didn't grab pumpkins. You have pumpkins? There's 4 different colors of pumpkins. Your spelling is better than mine. Yeah, Suki, I wouldn't worry. Native English speakers are very bad at their own language. They are terrible. I'm an English teacher. I know. Red pumpkins? You mean the orange ones? Are you colorblind, potato? You're... I can't spell. Claustrophobia? Yeah, Suki, I wouldn't worry. Your English is fine. They look great from a distance? Sure. Sure, potato. You're cuck at spelling? You are. But you're cuck at lots of things, Tian, so it's okay. We've come to expect this level from you. Just take them. If you're not sure if you have them or not, just grab. It's fine to be cuck. Yeah. Is it? Uniform? I don't have a uniform. I have... This is the closest I have to a uniform. Irashaimase! 1-1. I'm a doggy cafe employee. 1-1. It's cuck to be cuck. It is also cuck. Outfit 6? What are you? Greengrocer? I have a farmer. It's cuck to be Tian jargon. Whoa! Okay, well, I'm gonna whip out my trump card here. Bitch! You wish you could be a Bulbasaur? You gonna get something to drink? Better be water. No!
Would you like a cup of water?
Cause you look thirsty as fuck right now. Well, how would you feel if I told you that I just took a sip of water anyway? So I'll take another one for you, but I did just take one. Whoop! Whoa! Get fucked. Ah! The double bloop sound is very funny. You run on my flowers, I'll cut you. Why are you stream sniping though? Catch a pumpkin, nerd. Ah! What? Whoa, 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 whoa! Whoa, whoop! This stream is very calm. You think this is calm? I'm glad. I'm glad. And Suki, please don't ever feel like you can't say something or you don't know how to say it. Like I said, I'm an English teacher, so if you're ever stuck, I know how to figure things out. So don't worry, don't feel shy to say things. Unless you say mean things. Don't be mean. I have 3 very simple rules in my channel. Be nice. Be nice to each other. I can't remember the other rules. No pluggies is the other one. I don't remember that. There was the other one. Wah! Resetting the Wi-Fi's? Is your Wi-Fi's broken? I'm not surprised. If I was called Wi-Fi's as well, I would also break. I would simply give up on life. You're wrapping gifts? You have one for Potato? Oh, Lily! Lily, you're too sweet. Okay, okay, peace. Peace. Ow. You made me burn my vowel. I wanted to... Can I grab something from inside? Also, don't come in my house. I have cockroaches, please. I have Goki booty. Don't come in my house. Dirty house. Yeah, it's I need to I need to decorate. Not you standing right outside my door, you little creepo. Do you have one of these? I wonder, can you actually buy more of these? If I type light, how much is it? It's not for sale? This is a special one? You can't... How did I get that? That's a special one? He changed his color. Do you want a light stick? Alright, change color. Did you say, are you saying yes that it's special or yes you want a light stick? Because I can give you, I have a plain yellow one that I can get for you. You'll take the yellow one? I was making stuff. That's why I have all this shit in my pockets. Potato, what are you doing? He's just standing there being smug. Etuin, yes, like the turtle. Whoa. Whoa, he's making doo-doos over here. You go sleep, sleep. Okay, that's my one. You can have this one. Oh! A visitor? A friend? So how do I add you guys as friends now? Because I know there's like a friend list in-game. Oh my god, who could it be? No idea. Is it Jargon? Are you visiting? Olivia! From Maple Bay! Lily! It's you, Jargon? Your name's Olivia? Shit. I thought I knew you, man. Impasta! Impasta, come to Kawaii, Italy. You want to be in pasta? What kind of pasta? Down, 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 down. Honestly, do not know where I got this thing from the first time. Must have been one of my friends that just randomly gave it to me. Your slow ass internet. Rigatoni Martino with sausage? I don't know what any of those words mean besides sausage. You're taking the scenic route? Enjoy. Enjoy the view. I try to make my island beautiful so when you fly over you see pretty things. Extra large. Yeah? Did they put stuff inside it or is it just like... just a big pasta? You're not liking your island, Yoda? Ah! Lily! Yes! Is this a big pasta? That's kind of weird. Front! Let's run to the front so we can greet. Oh, there's the light stick for you. Nyoo. Whoops! I just sprinted through another flower. How do I reset Discord? Discord? What do you mean reset Discord? Nyoo. Lily! Welcome! Oh! You made like 10? Oh my god. Yeah. I will distribute them to the needy. Because Lily apparently ain't nobody got it. She even wrapped it. Bless her. First drops are for me! I'm definitely gonna give some to Jenny Bean. Jargon! Tell Jenny her woes. Oh, there's so many. Oh my god. Ah! Is this all for me? Can I pick them up? Whoa! Can I open them? Can I open the present? Yes! Whoa! Not what I meant to do. Wow! Unexpected! A deer scare? Another one? What? Blessed! Blessed by Lily! We can scare all of the deer now. Oh! Oh, wait, I need to change my outfit. I have a shitty outfit on at the moment. Apologies. Oh, shit! Is this the I don't have this. Wow! Oh, no. Go steal more presents. I'm watching you, Potato. Oh! Lee! No! The Nook Mile tickets are expensive. These are special. Can I give Potato some of the deer scare? Thank you, Lily. Can I get you anything? I don't know. I don't know if you need anything. Do you need? Give anything? Oh wait, do you mean give to Potato? Because I have a lot, so I'm gonna give a couple to Jenny Bean. I don't know how many she'll need, but Lily the most MVP. How many do I have? Yeah, I can give you 3. You gave me 1 already, so there's a 2. Boom. You don't need anything, Lily? Oh, you have the Sakura wand? I don't remember if I have one. Oh. It's a baby. Do you have the... I have the, where is it? Is it like... Is that in special goods? I don't know if you want any of this stuff, Lily. I can, like, send you some of them. The Sanrio things. You dropped your fishes? And a rug? Potato, I can hold on to these for you. Okay, wait, that's the stuff I dropped. The house items? Is there any specific flavor that you like? Because I'll have to just, like, reset my game for the time, the order thing. You know what I'm saying. So there's pom-pom pudding. There's cinnamon roll. Cinnamon roll stuff is very cute. Wait, let me go through it slowly. Yeah, what flavor? What flavor? You got the pudding puppy. Who has an actual pudding. Because you can only order 5 at a time, so if anything jumps out at you. I like, this is my favorite item. Because it's got a little butthole on it. The cinnamon roll. The cinnamon roll stuff is very cute. Look at that. This quiero pee. Oops. Yeah, those are the only ones I have. I think I haven't used the other ones. Sinner or Melody. So I have the cards. somewhere. But if you want to start with the cinnamon roll, so I think once I give you these things, I think you should be able to buy them. Oh wait, hold on. Let me see if I can. Let's see if we can catalog it. Let me just run and check, because I'm pretty sure I bought all of these things already. But let me check. Let me check. Otherwise, I can just send you the rest. Can I get the rug? The one with the butthole? You would join, but you don't want to dox yourself? Uh-oh. Is it your name, Yoda? Let's see if we catalog it. Maybe we can do it that way, because then you guys don't have to wait. Yeah? I know for a fact that I had stuff somewhere. But I don't think I bought all of it, so we can just have a lookies and see. Because I'm lazy, you know? Oh yeah, here's the cake. You can actually get a proper dessert case now. You don't have to use a shitty fake self-made one. I think it's at the bottom. There it is. Alright, so this one, and you're restarting anyway? Ah, yeah. I'll give you plum pudding, cinnamon roll tray. You can have the keropi snack as well. What else was there? Oh! Recetti. You guys know what it means to catalog, right? Just checking. Wallpaper, I'm not too sure about. I don't think I have the wallpaper, so I can just send it separately. Because I can send 2 things a day. And then the floor? I don't think I have the floor either. It doesn't look like it. Yeah, I probably just didn't grab them. So to catalog, you just pick it up and then you drop it again. What are you guys doing? Being goobers. Okay, so... Oh, that's my ribbon. Oh! Be careful you don't accidentally eat the food stuff. I can, the thing is, like, I didn't check what duplicates I had. I mean, technically, one of y'all can take everything.
Would you like a cup of water?
Cause you look thirsty as fuck right now. Thank you, Suki! Sorry, I'm very distracted. You guys dancing together? Ass rug. This Gigi's and no Gigi's back. Gigi's her son. Sorry, I'm concentrating. All right. So maybe the potato. If you wanna catalog the things, I can give you some of the duplicates that I had. Because I can just easily buy these things for myself again. I'll come now. I'll come now. I went too far. Uh-oh. Past all the clothes now? Uh-oh. I can't believe I've done this. Oh wait, did I have the rugs? I forgot to check the rugs. Oh, I don't have the rugs! That's dumb. Sorry, guys. There wasn't any wall decorations, was there? Ah, here's one duplicate. So, if Lily, if you can just take all the things, then I'll give these duplicates to Potato, because I can just buy them easily. Like, I'm not using them right now. So it's all good in the hood. And then if anyone wants anything. I don't have many dupes. I don't have another table, apparently. That's weird. How did I not? I just want to see if there wasn't any messages that I missed. Butthole rug. Yoda, when you restart, you must just shout if you want anything. So yeah, to catalog you just... Oh, you have no space? I'm so glad I went to go pick that up then. Thank you again, Lily, for all the things. You can take... Lily, you take. Fuck. Why is typing so hard? Take! Lily! No! Okay, she heard me. Fuck, that was awful. Also, I did hydrate. I know you can't see, but... when I randomly open my mouth like that and look up into the sky, it means that I am taking a sip of water. Are we gonna try and... Oh my goodness, this is awful. No. Okay. At least our hands are coordinated. Okay, wait, I'm gonna try and match Lily. Oh man, they got it. Ah, typical South African. You can match me? Okay. Who did you accidentally call a hoe? Lily forgot how to emote and I forgot how to chat. You said sorry, you think? I mean, even if you didn't say sorry. It's fine, it's only Potato. I think he'll live. You got housework you need to do? Oh shit! You gonna get your ass whipped. We love you too, Potatoes. Good to see you again. You must take care of yourself, okay? Be good. Bye, Potato. Yay! We miss you lots. But it was nice to see you again. Thank you for hanging out. I'm dressed like a hobo child over here. Whoa! I want to see what Lily's gonna wear. Oh! I'm gonna match her and be pink. I'm not terrifying at all. Whoa! Grabbed the wrong thing. Oh, Lily! Where are you? Where are you? Lily! Lily-chan! Get back here. I'm gonna whack my trees. I see you standing there. I'll dig you a nice deep hole. Bye, Potato! Thank you for visiting. You love holes. Lily, no! What kind of holes you like? Why did my model wink when I said that? Oh no. Twitch crashed on your compooper? Yeah, go do your chores. Bye-bye, potato! We love you, collectively, all of us. I'm speaking for everyone in chat as well. They're not allowed to disagree. Or else. Are you outies? I'm gonna go now, friend. It was really fun being here and being called a bottom. Take care. Take care, Tian. Have a lovely evening. Ooh. Imagine standing so close and you still missed me. Whoops. I just did it myself. Why are you guys talking about holes? Because I offered to dig Lily a nice deep hole and she was like, what did she say? Any hole is a goal. So, you know. Bamboozled. So she started chasing me with a net and then I was chasing her with an axe and I said I would dig her a nice deep hole and she's like, hell yeah, let's go. Bury me. Woo! G-Max has a new island. Oh shit! What is Lily doing? The thunder. Whoa! Can I do yoga with the light stick in my hand? The answer is yes. Yes, I can. This is light stick yoga. Oh no, I fucked up the color. Oh my god, that's adorable. I wanna... I look like I'm smacking Lily upside the head. This sparks joy. Well and truly. Want to see my dog shit island? Yeah, let's go. I'm ready. Let me just change into my traveling outfit. Oh, no, that's a slingshot. I gotta be kawaii when I travel, right? Alright, so... I just wanna hoist some shit, because I think I... Jargon. tell Jenny Bean that I have... Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Tell Jenny Bean I have some deer scares for her. I can give her a couple. Fuck's sakes, can I stop being stupid? That would be really cool of me. Oops! No, that's not what I wanted to do. Okay, let me leave Lily. I should have saved my other to show. But oh well. Oh well, it's gone now. Her face lit up! Did you give her a forehead kiss like I told you to? If you ever need any more, I'll make them and drop them off anytime. Oh, thank you, Lily! Whoa! What was that message? I don't know if I've seen that before. Thank you so much, Lily. I don't have any cranky villagers on my island, unfortunately. I've never had one. No, I think I had one. I might have had one at some point. You also got a communication error? Is it because of your poo-poo Wi-Fi? Your poo-poo internet? Not... Oh, he didn't leave his fish stuff. Oh, no! Potato! These are special. You can't... Okay, I'll have to hold on to them for him. He'll have to come get them. She's laying on you? Bless. Oh yeah, because it's sleepy times. Wakey times. Hi, Jenny! What was I doing? Oh, I was packing shit away. Do you have a dodo code? Why? I mean, there's only one reason you'd be asking for a dodo code, right? You gonna take her money trees? I want to see you so bad. You can't see me. I'm right here. I'm right here. You can see me. Look at that. Wow. Very cool. I'm a bear. Yeah. Slide into my DMs, Lily. Say less. Oh my god. Wait, did you add me on Discord already? You did, Lily, because I remember you sent me pictures from when you crashed into that grandma's car. So I do have you. Yeah, you can see me right here. Wow, I am a cute bear. I'm gonna put potatoes things away for now. In my pocket. I don't let strangers visit my island because you're gonna scare away my cicadas and I don't want that. Whoopsie, I squished the flowers. I just want to clean up potato shit because he just left shit all over my island. What a little shit. Gonna plant his flowers over here. I don't need them because I already have both of these. I'm not stealing flowers. It's snowing on your island? Ooh! I'm just casually stealing. So is the fish. Anchor statue. I don't think I have that. I can't can't believe he just left those behind. I'm pretty sure you get that for the fishing competition. Potato. Do you need anything, Lily? I don't know if I should bring anything else. Because I didn't have any of the other stuff. I guess you would have gotten it while you were here, so, you know. But if you need anything, shout. Are you building anything at the moment? Do you need bells? You just gave me a crown. I think, isn't that worth a lot of money? You have more? Oh my god. This bitch rich. So Lily sends me the dodo code in a DM, and right above the message is where she was playing bumper cars with a... Whoops. Another whoops. She was playing bumper cars with a granny. Woo! Violent weather. You have 3.8? You have enough? I have... Lily. I have almost 16 million. That's why I was asking. I'm not gonna show the dodo code. If you need any money for a house loan, hit me up. I got you. But I know it's nice to... Ooh! That's a lot of Bulbasaurs. Alright. Hello. It's me. Whoa! I forgot he speaks. No, listen. Animal Crossing Sugar Mommy, yes. 2. Yeah. Imagine a fluent Animal Crossing speaker. Just can tell. The thing is, though, they pronounce. You can hear it if you listen closely. Like. P. P. L. L. Okay, that one's hard to hear. J. 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 Y. T. 3. 2. 1. A. That one's A, technically. But if you... Whoa! Whoa! That's Ray. Thank you. For the Prime Gaming. That's my boyfriend. He's sitting in the room on the other side of my door. Maple Bay! Yes, let's go. I don't think it'll show the code now. So we should be safe. Also, for some reason, Discord's telling me to wave to you, Lily. I would also dance for Primos, but no one should see that. Loud song. The song was a bit loud. It's supposed to be exciting, Suki. Sorry. It's, yeah, because I got a sub. So it's gotta be exciting. It's very loud music. You should be here when the stream starts because there's very loud music and even I can't handle it. I have to take my headset off. It's too loud. It's way too loud. Ooh! You also got apples. Apples was my starting fruit. Wait, Lily, why didn't I bring you other stuff? I could have brought you all the fruits and the vegetables and flowers. Silly Lily. Welcome to my shit show. Silly Lily. Silly Nat? No. It's a silly Lily. I didn't know what you had. I could have brought you all the fruits. You want me to go back? I can go back. I can fill my pockets with produce. Oh. Oh, this is like right here. Holy shit. What does the map look like? Oh. I don't think I've ever seen an airport that's on this side. I think I'm used to it being more like centered. That's crazy. Is okay? I don't mind going. Why have you got Harvey here? What? Why is Harvey walking around your island? Also, Lily, if you need any of the gold tools that I can craft, you know, just shout. Whoa, that was weird lag. I'm gonna go steal all your things. Thank you, bye. A treadmill? No, thank you. Yuck. But this... That's cute. Yes. Oh. Brewster, that's his name. Cook up a storm. Redeem Nook Miles. Oof. Nosy.
Got him!
Hey yo! Anon, thank you! Thank you for the gift stubby for Lily! I wish they gave us more. Hey yo! I don't know.
TYSMMMM.
TYS. Whoa! What the hell? What? Why did that start a hype train? I'm so confused. Huh? What just happened? How did... I'm very confused right now. So wait, you got gifted one, but then it says you subscribed it and then it started a hype train? Is the threshold like the time? It counted Lily twice? I'm very confused. Oh, man. Ooh. No, thank you. I don't want to buy that. Told me to share my streak, so I was like, hell yeah. You're a sucker for hype train.
Would you
Yeah,
like a cup
I don't
of
mind
water?
it.
'Cause you look thirsty as fuck right now.
Thank you, Johnny. I'll take sippy sippy. Thank yous, Johnny. I hope you feel better soon, friend. You also take a sippy, yeah?
Got it!
Hey! No! Unbelievable. Thank you. Thank you for the gift subbies to I can't remember how to pronounce that person's name. Cyrus Streams, Dublin, Janine, Storm, and Evil Bidoof. This music is so cute. I forgot how cute it was. When are we getting to Poppy playtime? What do you mean, Mao? What do you mean? Sorry, Suki, was it a bit loud? Very noisy. Thank you again for the gift subbies. Look at my little bare feet. Bam, 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 bam. Whee! Whoa, a bug. Whoops. Ursala? Is she a bear? Ayo! Despair! Shit. 6 months, homie! Welcome. How are you doing? Is my twin? She is. Because she's also pink bear. Aww. Oh, she's so sweet. What's the sleeping bag for, though? I'm nosy. I want to see who you got. Axel! Axel's a little bird, right? Is Axel home? Whoever invented exercise, I want to have stern words with. I'm dying. Oh no! Are you dying? Oh, it's an elephant! Hi, buddy! Whoa! You regret resetting? Aww. Wonk. A kettlebell? Give me like a week and I'll have a banging island. Yeah, no worries. I mean, mine's a mess. This guy's catchphrase is like a letter away from something else. Axel's an elephant? Ignore the sweat stains. Ew. I'm so used to getting recipes from Zucker, and he's like, sorry about the crumbs or whatever. Whenever he gives me stuff. I don't know why they all have sleeping bags. Did you give it to them? I'm pretty sure I do know it, yeah. Hey Lily, don't you know don't you want this recipe? Goodbye. I have a little bridge. Oh, you have more? You got Peanuts, Rodeo, and Megan. Are you going for like pink babies? Your legs are like jelly. I'm sure it'll be alright in 2 to 4 working days. Are you gonna take a break until you feel better? Take it easy. Look at you guys. Thank you. Ow! Thank you for the subbies there. If anyone got any cute emotes, share with the class. Whoa! I tried to speak to her and she just... What the fuck, Megan? Did you guys see that? She like yoinked away from me. Welcome to Lagland. Silly Maple. Did you get the puggy? That's very cute. Aww. Oh, this is a cute house. Let me in. Let me in. I know Jargon didn't get any emotes there because I think we both had them like last year already and they haven't added any new ones. Where's your house? BT Dubs? Oh my god. I used to say BT Dubs when I was younger. Back in my day. It's time for an update? Truly it is. We need more emotes, Twitch, please! Whoa! Oh my... The violence upon exiting the house. There's Axel. I was stuck in not Axel. This one is Rodeo. He looks kind of cool. Come here, you. Aww. Oh, bless him. He's a sweet boy. A sweet little moo cow. That lag is amazing. I like the song when they subscribe. Is it? I think it's Super Tuna. Is that the? I think it's the Super Tuna song. So it's Super Tuna by Jin. Your shovel was spinning. Lily. You're very skilled with that shovel. Hey, hey, hey! That song. Bow, 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 bow. Let's hear it again and find out. No, 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 despair. No, no, no. Jog and play this, it's fine. It is super tuna though. Lily! You disconnect me? You could have just told me to leave. I know it wasn't you. No point.
Got him!
Hey, despair! No, 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 no! You already bought the sub and everything? I think for the gift subs it doesn't play the thing. So it has to be like someone subbing for themselves. But thank you. Thank you for the gift subby for City. It kind of was me. My internet, the spinning of the shovel was too much. You spun us back in time. What is this? Oh, that's the thing that I bought. I didn't think it would save that. You've been bamboozled and misled. I'm sorry you feel that way. My mail, guys. So many things. Too many things. This might be the darkest moment of your life. You surprised by the sub? You can always say thank you to Despair. DS Despair bought the subby for you. I don't know where to put this. I'm trying to think. I don't think I have a nice garden-y area anymore. I used to have like a big ass garden for growing asses. I don't know what I did with it.
Excuse me.
Ah! Strawberry Ochako! Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the posse. How are you? Okay, I hit the rocks today. Oh, wait, I wanted to go make my house. I wanted to go into the kitchen. But first, let me go get one of my deer scares, because... You get awkward when people are nice to you. Too late. Too late. Sorry for you. Wait. I just realized now I don't know where it's gonna be in here. Is your internet okay, Lily? There they are. It's okay, your wireless isn't good. Ah, is it okay when you're playing just like by yourself? There's no issues? I love this so much. No spinning shovels. Trying to think what would be the best place to put it. Is there no space here? There is. Ah, so peaceful. The one thing I like to do in every area, let me show you guys. Let's go from the beginning. That bamboozles me every time. Okay, so, whoa, Atlas Moth. Do you see the big boy? There on the tree. Oh, you can see them nicely there on the right hand side. Very hard to miss them. They're freaking huge. Alright, so a lot of the time in different areas I have different music. I don't have any music in this area, unfortunately. You know, I could put a player... behind the buildings, I guess. I've only played a bit of this game on my sister's island. All I did was catch a big old crab. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10 gameplay. Oh, so different areas will have different music. Did I put music here? I did! I put bubblegum. So this is my... This is my festival courtyard thing. The last time I played was Easter last year. Like earnestly, like properly played was Easter last year. That's why the stuff is still here. I missed a couple festivals. You studying math? Oh, you must study hard. Anyway, yeah, I don't think there's music here. No, there's no music here. Also, Lily, if you need any flowers, if you want to come back here and steal some things, you're welcome to. There's a festival on the 20th of Feb. Oh, shit. I wonder if there's something on this. Yes. Festival. Festival's on the 20th. Okay, that's good to know. Alright, let me go show you some areas that actually have music. So the first one is my food court. This has music. And it's got the pink lily players. I don't think I put individual music. No, I didn't. It's a bit of a clusterfuck if you do. Because they can overlap weirdly. The Lily play, I love them. If you see anything that you want, Lily, write it in the DM and then I can just send you. I can make you things or send you things. And then let's go to the other one. So there's a couple places up here. Let's go here first. Yeah, just make it a shopping list. You know how people treat their ex's DMs or ex's chats as a shopping list, a grocery list? Yeah, do it with me. This is my ice cream shop before they added cool things to the game, so... I have a table. Oh. Underneath the table, it was a DIY design thingamajiggy that I found. That it looks like an ice cream table thingamajigs. You guys picking up what I'm putting down? I had to put 3 players in here. There's a DJ table at the back there that you can't reach, but I had to have the 3 players in here to cancel out the background music so that we only have bubblegum playing. It was very difficult. Anyway. Moving swiftly along. The next one here. My restaurant. This one was also kind of difficult to get the music to play. There we go. There's my little restaurant. I made these little areas because they were nice sizes just for taking pictures. because you can kind of like isolate it just to this little spot. So there's nothing in the background. There's no houses or anything. So yeah, I have my rice. There's my rice cooker with the rice. And there's like a bunch of like curries and shit. I don't know. There's all sorts of things there. I don't know what all those things are, but... And then one of my favorite spots to take pictures is over here. Ah! Makes you want to grind? Yes, do it, Lily! And if you need any, if you, like I said, if you see something and you're like, oh, I want that, just let me know. So there's a player over here. I don't think you guys can see it, even if I do that. The one is blocking. I have a Mario tube over here. And then I have another player, oh, the bamboo one over here. It's just to make the sound, like, persistent. So you can get that vibe, you know? And then I have a waterfall here, because why not? Oh, and then this is the bathhouse. Come stand behind here to get changed. Actually, we can't get in the bath. But you know. Trying to think. Oh, then there was just the little marketplace. That's a little bit in the way, but it's okay. I'll figure out a spot for it. So... Where is that? I'm not gonna be able to shoot it, I don't think. Oh! My life is a lie. Cypress bathtub. An entire ass bathtub. Oh. It's the one we just saw. So there's my Terry speakers. KK Stroll. The bees? Are you getting attacked? This one I didn't change the music. But here's my... This is the honey pot. They sell honey here. They're here to educate you on honeybees. Nay, Brew, that Santa wiggles his booty just in the right tempo for this song. I hate it. I hate that so much. He syncs with KK Stroll so well. I hate it here. Anyway, we have the pumpkin stall over here, and as you can see, there is a pumpkin running the stall, so, you know, he's a little sus. But yes. Now that we can actually make proper pies and stuff, I can probably put something here that looks like a pie. So we got pumpkin pie. Ping pie. He's enjoying himself. Truly he is. Alright, and then this is the pasta place. I can make pasta now, actually. Where is my music here? Oh, here. So, I have, like... I don't remember what these things are. One thing's anchovies, there's tomatoes. I don't know what that can is. It looks like it's just a cola. Canned coffee. I mean, I guess. Are those things bottomless? Whoops. I need to go poop now before I break something. Anyway, so yes, this is Kawaii, Italy. This is my Italian restaurant. I still need some food, but you know. So yeah, those are some areas that have music. I can't think of anywhere else that does. And Potato Crossing! Hi Kai, how are you? Your place looks so good. Mine's so bare bones compared to this. This is just a little marketplace that I kind of abandoned. I was kind of working on this tonight. Ignore the flowers, that belongs to someone else. This is my rock garden. You gonna leave? You have an exam? Alright, good luck, Suki. I hope the exam goes well. And a potato flew around my room. What? It's beautiful. Nah. I've seen people make some really cool stuff. My stuff is very basic. Everything's in squares. I need to go poop though. So don't watch. Do you not remember the vine? No? Gokiburi. The potato touch. Okay, don't watch me. I need to use the toilet. Why does it zoom in like that? What the? Kind of weird. Okay. Dude! Gokiburi! Where'd he go? There he is. These little cockroach ghosties. Let me wash my hands quick. Are you going insane? No, no, no. I remember it. I remember it. That's as good as it gets for hand washing. Turn off the tap. Did you guys see my disco bathtub? It doesn't! It doesn't cut. This is... Okay, this room is okay. I'm happy with this room, to be honest. Front, Yoda. Someone say hand? Did they? Look at this. Oh, I wanted to check load shedding. Okay. Oh! Another Goki booty. There we go. This is a little study that I made. I was going for like cozy, comfy, chill vibes. I don't know. The heater, oh, I love the glow. It's so cute. But yes, this is my study. I do no studying in here. I think I destroyed my kitchen, my old kitchen. So I think the room is empty now. Well, the living room there is bare bones. It's got a bed for the... Yeah, it's the cockroach's room. There's a little cockroach. There we go. Cool. We don't look at that one. That used to be my kitchen. And then... So, this bathroom, study... That was the kitchen. I don't know what to do with that one. This one, I started making a bedroom in here, I think. But I don't remember. what I did with it. Oh, cockroach. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you guys. I put down a moon rug and then I called it a day. That was the extent of decorating my room. I have a moon rug. Yeah. I used to use this as a storeroom, so I would put like a bunch of clothing in here, so all the walls were just covered in clothes. And then my kitchen, the last time I went in there, was just full of shit, but I didn't organize it, so I don't know. Oh! Cockroach! This is my kitchen. My appliances are this light blue teal color. Oh, here's the coffee grinder. You sleep now, Despair? Take care. Have a good evening. Good sleepies. Anybody want some toast? I make breakfast. We making toast and we making coffee. And pancakes. I don't know if I'd mix pancake batter with one of these. Back in my day, I had to make custom designs to pretend I had bread and stuff. Now we just have bread. Shall I go? Let me go harvest some things. Why did it say there was notifications? Look all my farms. Fruit is there, but where is Lily? Huh? The game is pretending I didn't meet Lily? Oh, that means I can't send her mail. This is dumb. Oh wait, Olivia? Was she in the list? I just can't read? No! Oh, she's gonna have to visit again, or I go visit her. Lily was a dream. What is this? Island no thank you. I don't want any. Alright, I'm gonna go harvest some things. Maybe we'll do a little bit of cooking. I thought my kitchen was still a mess. I'm not gonna lie. You gonna get dinner and grind? Hell yeah. That was a weird sentence. Switch code! Yes, yes! And there's a shopping list, Lily, if there's anything you want. I haven't played Genshin today. That is not what I wanted to do. Kai, how are you doing without a headset? Did you have a backup? Making a new Switch profile doesn't mean a new island. No, you have to... I think you have to wipe your island. You have to, like, destroy it. Oh, no! That was not what I wanted to do. You have your Switch headset as a backup? Kai, you goober. I still can't believe you did that. Oh, man. You're annoyed with yourself? Can't imagine why. Can't imagine why you'd be annoyed. You can't leave Zaka? You'll have to. You'll have to just get him all over again. That's how it works, Yoda. And they were a Christmas gift? Oh no! Like the most recent Christmas? Oh my goodness. Is there no way that... Do you not know someone who knows electronics that would be able to help you, like, fix it? Oh, Kai. You goober. You're the goobiest goober that ever gobbed. You can try and fix it? Oh, okay. If you have the skills, do it. I don't know how to do any of that kind of stuff. Oh. Don't face that way, man. Send it to me, I'll fix it. Oh yeah, Hassan. GG's. GG's, Hassan. Sorry I didn't see your GG's earlier. Was a little bit distracted. No GG's? Wow. Unbelievable. Your mother has feelings too, you know. Being denied my rightful GG's. Stop touching the scarecrow, just water the plants. Imagine missing GG's. Don't bully the streamer. Do I not have enough problems to deal with? I live in Africa, man. You can't bully me. No, GG.
Imagine for a moment. Close your eyes and think about it.
It's nearly tomorrow. It's already tomorrow for Hassan, so, you know. Why? Were you playing League, Hassan? Is that why? Because we all know League can spoil your day, your night. No? Aw, I'm sorry. I don't think... Do I need pumpkins for anything? Family? Oh no, sorry Hassan. I can't help you with that one. Oh wait, did I get another achievement? What did I get? Oh! Executive producer. Wow! More Nook miles. Also, Lily, this is why I felt bad about you giving me the Nook tickets, because look how much I have. Those miles, yeah. I need to give them back to Lily. I realized afterwards, I was like, wait, why did Lily give me Nook mile tickets? Those things are expensive. Whoops. Nami sprinting through my flowers. Ooh. Thank you. Wow. Ray brought me a drink. Can we terraform our island or are we stuck with the layout paper? Yeah, you can terraform, Kai. You just need to get to a certain level. Like if you look at my map, the only place that's really elevated is like the back part. Yeah, the rest of it's flat because I can't be asked to build 20 ramps and shits. So yeah, you can move the rivers around. Change the land. You can do all kinds of shit. I can leave some stuff on your island, reset, and get it back? Yes! Nook is a robbing ass. He is. But, Kai, do you know about the... What is it called? The stock market? Hi, Dreamy! Ow! Fuck, that's hot. Ray brought me tea, but it's too hot to pick up. Yes, the turnips. The turnip's a very good way to make money. Alright, I was gonna go cook a little bit. You bought 200? Do you want me to check my prices this week? Do you have online? 5 minutes, drink your tea. Bold of you to assume I'm going to remember what the 5-minute timer is for. I'm doing good, Dreamy. How are you? If I accidentally wink at you guys, sorry. Don't know why it's doing that. Anyway, let's go cook. It's cooking time. Cookie booty! Should we have some music? Should we play Miku music? Let's make something. What are we gonna make? Okay, I have to make... See, I need flour for all the things. Oh no, I need a pumpkin for salad. Do I need more pumpkin? I need seaweed. Oh wait, I've already made this. Okay. I need pumpkin. I need quite a few pumpkins. Whoa, that uses mushrooms. Anchovies, I've made this. Yummy. Squid. Squidding spaghettis. Whoa, that looks tasty. I have made one of these. I have one in my storage. Ugh. Yucky. Another yucky. Ooh, that looks good. I'm probably gonna have to make some tomato puree. Wheat. Okay, let's see what I have in my storage. Like how the music just plays, but it's like quietly in the background. Oh, I have lots of orange pumpkins. I think we're good. This music's so good. I need quite a lot of this. Wow. Prep some flour. This is so cute. Have you tried the cooking in this game yet, Kai? I don't know if I need sugar or brown sugar. Well, let's start making stuff. That's cute as hell, man. Didn't even know you could cook. Did you know you could plant like crops and stuff. Skill issue. Oh my god. No peace. The salad looks interesting. I don't know if I would eat this, I'm not gonna lie. You planted carrots and some fruit trees. Ah! Drink your tea, nerd. It's so fucking hot. Oh, it's not tea, it's Horlicks. Fuck, it's hot. God damn. Why are you laughing? What the heck, man? Veggie sandwich? Who puts carrot on a sandwich? You outies, Dreamy? Sweet dreams! Have a lovely evening. I just want to know what the other stuff is, because we're only putting flour, tomato, and carrots into this. So how does it make a sandwichy? And why is it steaming? The Vietnamese put carrots in sandwiches? You put carrots with rice? Okay, that's a bit more. But in a sandwichy? Ah. Okay, but does anyone want to explain what the rest of the stuff is? The undisclosed green, yellow, and where did the bread come from? So cultured, so knowledgeable, so worldly, you two. You know things. Pumpkin bagel sandwichy. Is this something that you eat, Jargon? Do you eat pumpkin bagel sandwichy? Don't worry about the green. No, now I'm extra worried about the green. Kaya's cultured and knowledgeable? I doubt that. Hi, Sana Banana. No GG's. You would eat that? Okay, interesting. This is literally just fried tomatoes with undisclosed green bits in it. My character is very proud of all this food she's making. Look at her. Her eyes are shining bright. Oh yeah, I forgot to pick out the mushrooms. This looks fucking tasty though. I'd eat a whole... I'd just eat it straight out of the pan.
It's bananas. B-A-N-A-N-A, yes, it's it. It's bananas. B-A-N-A-N-A, yes.
We make bread like this in South Africa as well, I think. This looks cute as hell. It's a little bread basket. It's got all sorts in there. I'm not wearing the right outfit to be cooking. I'm also putting all of this food into my pocket, so... that's kind of gross. Oh, this has got different one. This one doesn't have croissant. This one has the other little buns. It's got different buns on it. Interesting. They are slightly different. Oh. Pocket food. Yeah, I'm putting all this bread and this fried tomatoes. There's a salad, potato, bagel sandwich, and this, which is like a soup. It's good to have a variety of buns, yeah. We like all kinds of buns. Undisclosed green bits again. Poke food, gotta eat them all? Yeah. I want all the things. Okay, what else? I needed mushrooms and squids. I don't think I have squids in my pockets. Does anyone have any pocket squids? Okay, that looks tasty. Tomato curry. Mmm. I forgot to eat dinner, so like, I'm a little bit hungry now. It's okay though. Oh, that's just the savory stuff. Now we can make some sweet stuff. You'd eat that curry? Same. I wouldn't share it with you though, sorry. I don't share food. If it's something sweet, I'll probably eat like half of it and give you the rest. I do that with Ray all the time. So he'll buy me something. And I eat half of it and then I give the rest to him. Because I don't like sweet things. If it's salty, I'm not sharing it. I'm sorry, Kai. You can cry all you want, but I don't share. Especially not my curry. You'll have to fight me for curry. Sorry. Tomato curry is amazing. I've never tried it. I always just think about... I had a friend in high school. Her... I think it was grandma. Used to make... What was it? Potato and bean curry? Fucking... I think about it all the time, man. Understandable. It's only 5 PM. You should eat dinner. Yeah? No GGs? Oh, Kai. What have you done to my child?
Hassan, no GGs, Hassan. No GGs.
No GGs, Hassan.
Hassan, no GGs, Hassan.
Yeah.
No GGs.
10 out of 10. Salty and savory is worth going to war for sure. Yes. Rebel! Nice to you. Sweetest of dreams. Thank you for chilling with us. Kai, has anyone ever told you that you've got that like golden retriever energy? Yellow lab energy. Oh, I need sugar. You'd be the first. Well. This music though. So tell me how I'm making the sugar. By putting the sugar cane in the pot. Make it make sense. Because currently it don't. We don't uwu for free. Yeah, we don't uwu for free. Oh, it makes a lot of sugar. I can make apple pie, but you know what? I'm gonna pass this off as a... pumpkin pie. Hi, IQ. Thank you for the lurkies. This just looks cute as hell. Also, Kai, if you need anything, like if you need any of the foods or the fruits or the anything, just shout. We can make a plan. You do? You need all the things? Okay, well I've just used a lot of it for cooking, but maybe I have some things I can give you. This all needs fruit. But I haven't picked fruits in a long time, so... Miles! Wow! I need to head off, guys. I just saw the time. Alright, Kai, we can... I have you as a friend on Discord, right? You can just send me a DM. You can send me your Switch friend code. We can make a plan. Jargon, are you even out of bed? Have you guys eaten yet? Anyway, yes, send me DM. We'll make a plan. Maybe we can make a plan. I need to give some stuff to Lily also. Whoops. You ordered burgers? Burger? You laying on the couch? Oh, I thought you were still in bed. Jargon, I don't know if Jenny wants the deer scares now. Deer scares? Is that what it's called? Oh my god, my brain is tired. What are they called? Is it called a deer scare? Am I losing my mind? Did I already lose it? Oh shit. Oh shit. It's gone. You can pretend that you had a burger with Jargon today. Oh, my pocket all full. Oh, right, that's why. Okay, that was a mistake, but look what I made! Cool. Because we can organize to do a quick trades. No! Chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna. Chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Chicken wing. Hey, hey, hey! Chilling with the homies. Dan, making me have a tab open to my own stream. I couldn't focus. Welcome, Raiders. I know what you were playing. Did you have a good time? I also kept seeing the Steam pop up. And I was like, oh, I see Dan. Dan's playing games. No? What do you mean no? I saw you kept getting your ass kicked. You were getting your ass handed to you, Dan. Hi, Zeox! I don't know if I pronounced that correctly. I hope I did, but... I had no idea you were live. We were talking about Dan earlier. I don't know if you were here. Maybe you weren't. Targeting is so bad. Can I give you some advice for that, Dan? Do you want... Because I know you had no backseating tag on your stream. Do you want advice for that? No, I wasn't gonna say controller. Damn it, Jargon said what I was gonna say. For fuck's sake, get good, Dan. Get good, man. You'll be able to target if you get good. Duh. But yes, welcome, Raiders. If you're new here, yeah, I'm a bully. A bully Dan. But it's fine. He deserved it. I'm sure. I'm sure he did something to deserve it. I am actually heading off though now, Dan. So that's why as soon as you raided, I was like, fuck! Because I was like, I need to go! Because it's midnight and I'm shouting. Like a crazy person. You got him in the end? Okay, that's good. Because every time I looked up, I kept seeing defeated and I was like, oh, poor Dan. Swift kick up the pants from his opponents. Was it like a PvP thing or was it just like the actual game, like just the story mode? Depending on your answer, I may or may not roast you more. 24-hour stream? No. Don't say that. Her son's gonna get ideas. 4v2 super duper hard mode. Ah, you're trying to show off by saying it was super duper hard mode. What if you just brought a gun? Yeah. You just pew-pewed him in the ass with the gun. Easy game, easy life. Anyway, to the raiders, to the peepers that are new here. I'm a variety streamer from South Africa. I play a lot of Genshin Impact, but I like to play all kinds of shit. So yeah, that's me. I also cosplay, so if you want to check it out, there's my links. Next time. Just conjure a gun. Did anyone try just shooting Voldemort? I wonder. For what reason did they not just resort to muggle violence to kill someone, you know? I wonder that disarming spell, does it work on weapons? Or does it only work on... Does it only work on wands? Thankful, sparkling, starling, Mingli. What is this?
Can I give you some advice for that, Dan?
Oh no.
Do you want, because I know you had no backseating tag on your stream. Do you want advice for that? No, I wasn't gonna say controller. Damn it, Jargon said what I was gonna say. For fuck's sake, get good, Dan. Get good, man. You'll be able to target if you get good. Duh.
You raid and get bullied? You came here. You don't know me, Dan. At this point, you don't know me. That sounds like a you problem, man. That sounds like a skill issue. Specifically on your side. Skill issue. You only have yourself to blame? Exactly. It was a choice that you made. You went and typed my name. And here we are. I promise I'm not winking at any of you. We're going to Nitro to have like a chill stream after my shit show. And you came straight to the shit show. And then it's funny because normally your streams are the chill one. And mine's the shit show. I mean, mine's the shit show either way, you know. But I meant more like... Why does it keep registering my eyes is closed? I have to sit here with like my eyes wide open. Dan's streams are normally chill. When he plays like Dark Souls kind of games. Them Souls like. He's very relaxed. Man dies 50 times, doesn't rage. It's very weird. But apparently this other game makes him rage. The hairy potheads makes him rage. Okay, I need to find a raid target. Dan, is there anyone else that you would have raided? If you have a recommendation? I'll see who's on my list. Because it looks like there's a fair amount of people. Fucking, I love this music, man. It's so good. You gotta fix some stuff? No worries, Susan. I am going now, though. So don't be sad when I disappear, yeah? You had 2 in your list. Thank you for choosing me, then. Sorry you picked the one that bullied you. Yeah. Okay. This person raided me the other day. If Tato did not bully, would she still be Tato? Plato says no. What about a Plato of Tato? Oh. As someone who didn't have dinner, a Plato of Tato sounds good right now. Okay. Let me set up the raid. So there's a itty bitty deer streamer who raided us recently. They are currently playing Hades. Nitato, Platato. Oh my god. Yes. This music. I love it. Kale shake. Alright guys, so I will not be live tomorrow. I'll try and make my schedule sometime in the morning. I think I'm doing a photo shoot in the afternoon. Yeah, I won't be live tomorrow. And probably Tuesday, because the load shedding is just really bad. But then I should be live Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And then take the next Monday off, because I'm otherwise engaged on that day. And then I'm going to be extremely sad the day after that. So I probably will have Monday and Tuesday off again the following week. But yeah, thank you all so much for the chills tonight. I wasn't sure what I was going to do with myself tonight, but I think I had a lot of fun. I hope you all had fun as well. Thank you for all the subbies and the laughs and the silliness. Bless you, no bless you. Did I sneeze? Okay, we go bye. Make sure to grab the raid message. Loving the weekend streams? Yeah. Load shedding made me try it out, but it's pretty good. Alright. Bye guys. Be good. No!